Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. My name is Simon Chai. I'm part of the WayaMore family. Let me take this opportunity and welcome each and everyone who took their time to grace this event. Maybe before I go on and on, I would like to call my two program directors to join me so that they give us some house rules before we proceed. Zinzi is here, and Melina. Yes. Okay, Melina.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yamkela Melina Kotelana. I am the co-program director. I'll be working with Zinzi Zilwa and Mr. Simon Jaishai, as he already introduced himself. Can I please just kindly introduce our special guest and please give him a warm welcome. Mr. Philip Shulman from Myra. He is the head of the product. And Mr. Caleb Chetty, he is the national salesman at Myra. And Zamobut Ndluli, she's from Vodacom. She's part of the partner channel. And Mr. Sean Hathrill, he is from Starlink. He is the senior manager in Middle Eastern Africa and enterprise manager. And from Broadband Africa, we have Miss Gloria Vete. She is the, sorry, my height. She is the head of, she's the acting chief of marketing. Thank you. She's the acting chief of marketing and sales. And from the BBI, we also have Tshego Mpete. She is the head of Broadband Access Fund. And can I please just also notice you that the ladies' room on my left-hand side, but on your side it will be on the right-hand side. The ladies' room are on the right-hand side, and the gentlemen's room are on the left-hand side. And in case of any emergency, we will use the two exits that are just right at the back. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to call Usam to tell us about the purpose of the day today. Mr. Sam Komo. Mr. Sam Komo, can you come and just share the purpose of the day? As he's coming, Mr. Sam. Yeah, he's busy. He's the one running around and making sure that everything is okay. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for attending. So as we are all here today, what we had initially planned is we were all working in silos, and we then got together and said the strength, we'll only have strength if we all work together. So before we went out and all worked together, we thought let's meet first and set our ground rules. Let's speak to your likes of your BBI, let's speak to the likes of your Myros, and that way we can then forge these relationships, conducive relationships, so we can all work together and we can all grow together. So as you see, there's not only the ANPs here, we've got elderly people here as well who are also benefiting from the program. So we've got all the way from your tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, we've even got a tier 4, where these are people who were not in the industry in the past, but we are bringing them in. So there are people, we've got young lions here in front who said we are interested in this, So some of our colleagues that we've been studying with have graduated and are now sitting at home. How can they be part of the program? How can they grow and also be network providers? So we take them from the grassroots level. We've got Mdu there in the back, who's from Free State. He said, I'd like to be part of this, but I'm in Free State. And Press said, okay, come, we'll show you how it works. We then sent him back with a MikroTik router and a GrandStream access point. And he's been running that one access point. And now and then he'll phone, hey, my data is finished. So now he wants now to spread out and grow. So he'll be now leaving with maybe another 3 or 4 more. He'll be finding more sites and he'll be expanding on that. And as I said, we set up the network, and then we then get a reseller model. So we've got people who now resell the vouchers. So each person gets to be part of the economy. So that's what we are here to do now, to try and find if we can build stronger relationships. And as we go out, we know where we're going to and what we are doing to try and connect our people. That was our main thing, making sure that we connect our people and making sure that we are part of the digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sam Komo. I'll just reintroduce myself again. My name is Zinsisa Zilwa. I'm the co-program director. I would like to first ask that everyone's phones be on silent, please, in case that hasn't happened already. I'd like to call Dr. Leon Rolls, the president of PBICT, to do our opening remarks. Thank you.
Hey, what am I speaking as again? That guy can't speak, man. President of PBI says, Amandla! Amandla! Away, 2. Yeah. Firstly, let me greet my guests. Oh, Kokolap. Those are my grannies then. Now, yabo umuntu othinta labo gogo ngiyokubulala ngezandla. Yabo? Ngikubulala ngezandla. The reason why we are here today is because we want everyone to be part of the digital economy. No one gets left behind. That's what the president says, yes? So you see, we had this crazy idea about 4 years back. We said, when everyone is connecting and everyone is going to the digital economy, what about the grannies? Ne? So now, we are at the crossroads, and tomorrow we'll be launching a product which we're going to be defining more, that makes it possible for grannies to be part of the digital economy. Otherwise, to also benefit from the digital economy. So how do we do that? You know what grannies have? They have money and they have time, a lot of it. Nah? And everyone loves grannies. So we are going to be building a network, chairman of the session. We are going to be building a network specifically in Pietermaritzburg. And we're going to build it on behalf of the grannies that are here. They're going to own that network. And they're going to be, it's going to be commercialized for them. You see what I'm getting at? It's a very simple thing. So that is why we are here. Now, in this country, in this very moment, in this time that we are in, there's going to be no better platform than this. We have young people full in the room. Where's the young people? Let me hear you. Oh, yo. We have young people that want to be part. Yeah, yes. We have young people that are also going to be part of this digital economy. We've brought them here. There's Ustace over here. Stand up, Stace. People want to saw you. This is Ustace, right? He's from Alexander. Came from GP. I don't know how he got here. These guys never have money. I don't know, he did whatever, but he got here, right? So we had a crazy idea to say, you know what, this guy called and said, phones me 100 times, so I don't answer his phones. So I was telling him today that, Chief, you're wasting your time. If you go around telling people in your phone you can get hold of me, hey, then you must be something lucky, right? So this young man, what he wanted, simple thing. He said that I want to also to be part of this. So we went to Alexander, Mpati Sai here, Otabang. We called all the ANPs, all the guys giving connectivity. Larry was there. We said, guys, there's young people there that want to be connected. I need you to build a network for them. Now, what is nice with my guys, and that is why it's nice to be a president of this PBICT, when I speak, they do. Like Caleb over there. When I speak, it does. It's a nice thing. It's a nice position to have. So I said, guys, I need these people to be connected. So they went and they connected Stace. Now you have 2,000 people in a matter of 10 days, Chief, on that network, and it's chunking my data. You better solve that problem, eh? I don't know who's going to solve it for you. Gloria, I don't know who's going to solve that problem. But I'm going to shut down your network. It's chunking data, that thing, like no one's business. So within a matter of 2 weeks, he's got 2,000 people connected. And this is just on a small deployment on only 10 hotspots. You started distributing the vouchers. And they started selling. Yeah, that's very good, that. So that is what we are not talking about things that we are still going to be doing. We are talking about things that are going to be done and things that are there already. Gloria, you'll remember we launched with the Premier Chesterville, ne? Chesterville, ikhona la. Yes. Those are the resellers and the users of WayaMore. They're already selling the vouchers. They're already part of the digital economy. They're already part of the journey. So on these next 2 days, what you are going to do is to tweak, finalize, and fine-tune the model. Here today, we have stakeholders, critical stakeholders. And it's the people that make this thing work. We have DCDT, the department, which is very critical, right at top order. They have the key and the mandate to connect everyone. DCDT has SA Connect. There's my sister there at the back, Maisa, is running with SA Connect. A project by government that is there to connect the people. And sitting here, we have ANPs that are part of that project. We have my sister, Tseho, we fight all the time. Yeah, and God has to come and separate, hey, stop fighting. Ne? Broadband Access Fund, which is also connecting people. We've been to Kokstad, we've been everywhere. People are getting connected. Right now, today, whoever is interested in connecting our people to the digital economy is here in this room. Whatever resolutions that are going to be taken here today are the resolutions that we are going to take to wherever and whichever level that we need to take them to. It's a simple thing. Our people need to be connected. You can be sitting in connected. You can be sitting in an area that has 5G, you are not connected. You can be sitting in an area that has satellite, you are not connected. You can be sitting in an area that has LTE, you are not connected. You can be sitting on Larry's network, you are not connected. The only time that you are connected is when you can afford to be connected to the internet. That is what we define as connectivity. And a task that I'm going to give everyone here today, I need to know by end of the day tomorrow, how are we going to connect the people? And I'm not talking about people being rich. I want to know, how are we going to connect the people? But to what is the question? A lot of time, people say we must be connected. But if I have to ask a question, Larry, to what? No one wants to be connected to the internet. You must connect to the digital economy. So otherwise, the reason why you connect to the internet is so that you can make money. That is the key thing, and that's the most important thing, above all and beyond all. So I want to bless this event, Sai, and say that let's make money. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rolls. Without further ado, can I please just welcome our following speaker, Mr. Welcome Magagula, who is the CEO of Gyro Technologies, and he's also the co-founder of Jump Consortium, and he's the treasurer of PBICT. Please welcome Mr. Welcome Magagula.
Amandla. Amandla. Good morning, colleagues. It's my pleasure to take this opportunity. I would like to welcome you all, our guests. The President has already highlighted the major the major agenda about the event, which is making money. Amandla. Yeah, we are in a juncture or in a season of a time where we live through digital economy. Most of you guys, especially the younger ones, they've been fortunate to grow through this season. Some of us, like myself and the President, we grew before technology. When I grew up, there was no computer inside, just a mere device, which is a computer. I grew up in a village where there was no road infrastructure, there was no electricity, very remote village. I had the privilege of seeing a white man when I was about 20 years old. Where would I have seen him? I never went to town. There was no transport to go to town. I had to finish my high school before I meet a white man. Here in South Africa. That's where we came from. But in adverse of that, I came to a position of driving an agenda that was in the future. I first had an experience of meeting a device that intrigued my mind, which was a TV. I was about 10 years old. I saw a small box which had the magic of changing pictures. And I got intrigued. What is it that is happening here? Why are there small people configured into a small box? And I got passionate about that box. I will take my savings and go to the family that had that box to pay my money so that I watch that box. That's where my passion for technology developed. When I grew up, it has always been in my mind to say, I want to take part in the activities that happened in that box. It was using a DC power, which is a battery, because there was no electricity in that time. Times developed, they had a generator, and later on in life there was an electricity. So it has been evolving. When I finished my matric, I had an opportunity, just like everyone, to grow into an economic sector, study for something that will make a living for me. By that time, there were careers that were prepared for us to take part on. You all know most of them. Your teachers, your nurses or doctors, whoever you will call in the working sector. I refused. I followed a unique dream. I moved from that village and went to Joburg and looked for the magic of that box. The box that I saw as a young boy. I went up to become the first film graduate in the province of Mpumalanga. Something I've never seen before, and something I've never met that profession before. And I went to start an industry in the communication industry in Mpumalanga. I created an environment of enterprises and businesses in the communication sector that generated the value chain of communication. I'm coming there. There was no technology by then. Even IT. What were we going to do? Because there was no even a PC. I moved to create an industry from nothing. And now, the government of Mpumalanga is operating under that seed. The communication sector was established from that. The industry of communication was established from that. For myself, I didn't end there. I said, I want to get to the gist of the technology. The boxes that I saw, the TV, people now, they've got an economy that was happening, the industry was being activated. But I went deeper to the connectivity part. I started by the devices. Actually, the first money that I owned to be myself, I bought a computer. That's the first device I bought for myself. Later on, when I had an opportunity to study technology later in life, I went to manufacture or create my own computer. I'm bringing this story to say, young men, APNs, it's possible to start something afresh, something new, something that has never been heard of. When we started this vision of connectivity, we had a challenge to say now, we have got communities that are disintegrated. How do we bring them together? We needed to connect this community. How? We didn't have the resources. We didn't have the technology, but we have our people to connect. That's why today we've moved to have our partners like institutions, BBI, SA Connect, to assist us with the resources to get our community connected. That's why we have our stakeholders like WayaMore to provide the devices to get our people connected. We had our new technology stakeholders like StarSat, traditional ones like your Vodacom. We came together to say, we have our people that we need to get them connected. Why do we need to get them connected? So that we create our own digital economy. When we create our own digital economy, it's when every one of us is able to take part in improving our lives, making money the agenda that we are here from. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker Makakula. The digital transformation that is occurring, we actually see it mostly because of the people that are in this room. And a lot of us, or maybe some of the grannies can agree with me when I say this, that COVID actually introduced a lot of the changes that we are still going to see. And I'm so happy that for some years, 4IR has been kind of a foreign language to a lot of people. And now that we are proud to say that South Africa is experiencing 4IR, we are diving into it. And thank you for that, Mr. Makakula. We really appreciate that. To introduce our next speaker, our Gloria Pete, who's going to be helping us understanding SA Connect 2. She is from the Broadband Infraco, and I would like to welcome you, our Gloria, to the stage, please. Thank you.
I will share the presentation. And I think I'm challenged.
Okay, we are really sorry about that. I think they are still sorting out the projector. We will just bring Sis Gloria back. You see, I'm so excited and happy when I see people like Bo Melina standing here And while they are here, people are buying the vouchers. People are connected through her network. It makes us very, very happy. I remember it was 2017 when this idea was presented to some of us. I know it was conceptualized a long time ago. And 2017, we rented another farm somewhere in Joburg. And we were there, and this was presented. And then we said, let's come together and work together and stop working in silos so that we can achieve what we need to achieve. I remember as direct technologists in Mpumalanga, we're trying to build the infrastructure, and Larry was trying to build the infrastructure as well in the Free State. In KZN, they were also doing the same thing. But we were doing almost the same thing. We buy the equipment that they are buying. We want to do travel the road the same way. We then said, no, let's come together and start working together so that when I buy a screwdriver, you buy a nut, and then we come together and we can then do more. And we can have presence even in Terracos where we can now feel that we're starting to have the ownership, because we strive for access and ownership as members of PBICT, and the bulk buying as well came in to the picture. And then we said, no, let's come up with something. That's when we came up with this consortium called JUMP, because some of our entities could not afford even to get equipment through credit because of the backgrounds of the directors or that and that, what the bank and the financial institution needs. But we then came. So I feel very happy when I see this house today, because this is about the ANPs. Thank you very much. While we are there, let me call upon Dennis Rolls. He's coming here to talk about the alignment of PBICT, Internet for All and STEAMI programs to SA Connect 2 and BAF. Can we clap hands for him as he's approaching? Dennis.
Greetings, everyone. You guys don't look alive, huh? Can everyone just stick out your finger? Okay, and then put it on your chin. Lovely. All right, where's your chin? And there? I know you guys are here. You guys are with us. Yeah. As I stand here, yeah, so we're here, ne? We're awake now, ne? We are one. Sbumben. As I stand here, my name is Dennis Rolls. I'm a discipline maverick. I'm also the Deputy Director General, the Deputy Secretary General of PBICT, and I normally deal with systems. So in the daytime, I'm an entrepreneur, I do my best to be, and in the nighttime, I'm a creative technologist. So I'm doing research and all these things. What brings us here, especially for day one, is a program of PBICT, which we call hashtag Internet for All. Now, the way we frame Internet for All becomes quite interesting, because the president of PBICT, some of us know him as the illustrious Dr. Rolls, as he had mentioned that Internet for All will then mainly be based off of the affordability of the access, not the availability of it. Because it can be available, but if you can't afford it, then it's a problem. And although we've been advocating for this 5 rand a day, hey, something in us is making us think that it's possible maybe to even push it down to to maybe 2.50 rand. There's something there. There's a possibility, because in 2017, when we said 5 rand a day, it was like, no way, it's impossible, it can't be done. We said no. But we're thinking, maybe there's some innovation somewhere that we haven't tapped into that could allow us. And then hopefully one day. But obviously, mass appeal makes a big difference. So the more people connect, I'm sure we'd be able to find some way to drop it. Some way. We can wiggle the room. There's bright minds everywhere here. The one thing we pride ourselves as PBICT is working close to entities who have a similar belief, a similar vision. And being able to connect people everywhere becomes very important. So initiatives like the BAF and entities like Broadband Infraco, the SMEs, the distributors, who we can call early hours of the morning, late at night, it's like, no, bro, what deal can you give me? No, man, I'm buying X amount of units from you. Those type of relationships mean a lot. Because the end goal is to access the digital economy. If we look at the top 10, and this is the rhetoric that we push everywhere, you look at the top 10 richest people, hundreds of billions in valuation, in dollars, not Zim dollars, in dollars, are people who are in the digital economy space. The era of fossil fuels being the biggest money makers, that was in the 80s. One of the richest guys in the whole world just built a website that had a very special purpose. One of them, Facebook. The other one was PayPal or X back in the day. And that X, which created payment gateways, interestingly enough, created something called the PayPal Mafia. Not because it's that type of mafia. It's just that these are game changers who benefited from access to internet, be able to build businesses, built one successful business, distributed, founded YouTube, and a whole lot of things. So if you do the history of the people who are the founders of X, which eventually became PayPal, you'd see that they went out to build on the digital economy. So when we speak to people like Myro, looking for specific grant streams, we're speaking to the Larrys of the world, and the Stephs, and connecting with the Glorias, we know that the end goal is still access to the digital economy because it can change lives. There's an example I always make. I was watching a podcast during my creative technologist hours, around 2 a.m., somewhere there. I stumbled upon the podcast, and they speak of an Indian gentleman in a rural place, a town in India, built a $100 million business from selling plugins. He's a developer, and he sells plugins for $59 a month. One man built a multi-million-dollar business. So the digital economy now is teaching us that the so-called third world now can be part of the global supply chain of technology. And this access will ensure that the coming generations, the ones after us, will be able to build powerful solutions that can change the world. Not just a local area, that can go out and change the globe. And those are the most important things that we really want to see. So when we're fighting to ensure that access to internet is affordable, not just available, it ensures us that the future is looking bright And we know that even in Africa, even Ndwedwe, Engutu, in Rockstrift, Ulundi, a billionaire can emerge. And that's what we hope for. But starting with access to internet becomes very, very important, that we get this right, we get the rollout right, we get the technology right, the solutions, the partners, and everyone who has any type of support, that we push and we push it to the limit so that we can ensure that people have access to internet and they can change their lives. So that a bead maker sitting somewhere can ship to anywhere in the globe and they understand the power of the internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Yeah, what I like about today, the reason, Dennis, you thought the house was tense, is because we always fight. But today is a different day. Sis Gloria, we're not fighting today. Today, what we want to achieve is to sit in the same room, all of us, different partners, entities, we come together and we craft this solution. We have tested, we've done some work, but now we want to move with the speed that everyone needs. I know when Press was talking here, he said the purpose is for us to make money. Now we want to make serious money. We have tested Vodacom, we have tested Myro, you know. We are buying equipments there. But we want everyone to be in this room so that we come out of this one understanding, because there are those gaps when we come individually to each and every one of you and we say what we want to say. But we are here to say, here we are, here are our challenges, what can you do to assist, and together we then connect our people. Thank you very much. I would like to call upon Ushon Hatril. He is from Starlink. I like this one. Don't be scared, Vodacom. Sean, as you're coming. But I must say this as Ushon is coming. You see, when we, in 2017, when we were sitting and our president was talking, Sean, we had this thing to say, you know, guys, there are big players here, and they're rolling out fiber everywhere. Then we said, it's fine. Then the president said, it's fine, let them roll out the fiber. Let's get the people on the street. They will leave their fiber at their house, inside their houses, inside their offices. But let's get them on the streets when they are walking, when they are in transit. As we are talking now, we are crafting a solution which part of what you're going to be talking about, Sean, will assist us in achieving that. We want our public transport to have Wi-Fi, and we have started working with one of the big bus companies in Mpumalanga to give them that solution. So thank you very much, Sean. Take it, man. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sean Hasrell. I look after Middle East and Africa for Starlink Enterprise Sales. And it's really a pleasure to be here today, especially with the aligned kind of philosophies that we have. Starlink's about connecting people globally to affordable internet anywhere on the globe. And I think we're starting to deliver that. We're one of the fastest growing global ISPs. We have about 4 million customers globally today. And we're really looking forward to coming to South Africa and connecting communities. And there's one thing that low orbit satellite connectivity provides is reach and speed of deployment. All of you have targets. You all want to be able to connect. You want to connect communities quickly, and that's what we'll be able to provide. The unique selling point or the unique offer that we have is if you can see the sky and you've got power, you can connect to site. Close your eyes, take a dart, throw it at the map of South Africa, and we can connect it. And that's super exciting, especially for remote communities, remote villages, remote towns. And again, it's around what we can deliver and help you deliver to connect your communities. So really excited to be here today. Looking forward to having a number of conversations. Our technology is spreads from fixed sites to mobile, so vehicles, vessels, trains, we connect aeroplanes, we connect rockets. So we have a lot of exciting technology to talk to. We'll be spending 2 days here having a conversation with everybody. Really, really excited, really pumped to be here and looking forward to seeing what we can do in the future. And we want to partner with the players in the room. So don't feel that we're not here to partner. We're here to partner with people in the room. We have a very strong reseller model that we take to market. So looking to partner with people in the room and building a proper digital economy and connecting people across not only South Africa but the rest of Africa. And thank you for your time. And really good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So before we go to our next item, I would just like to acknowledge a couple of our guests that just arrived. Mandisa from Innovator Trust, who is standing in for the CEO of Tashline Joester, and Mr. Mbulelo Hlobo, the head of supply chain at BBI, and Mr. Peter Mafangani, the acting chief technology officer. Thank you for making it. And just another thing, I would like to just let everyone know that there's obviously we are people of connection, so there's obviously free Wi-Fi. If the SSID is WayaMore, 5 Rand a day for those that want to connect. And I will say the password slowly, but it will be available if you ask the lady and gentleman at the back there that are wearing the green tees. So the password is 64099056619. We'll make a plan to have it displayed somewhere so that those that didn't get it can have access to it. So next on our agenda is understanding SA Connect 2, the role of broadband in FRACO, and the implementation model, which is going to be presented by Mrs. Gloria Pete, the acting chief of marketing and sale at BBI. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear my voice? Katswana ba re ngwana o saleng o sela tharing. If I didn't complain, I wouldn't have been having this. So yeah, thank you so much for arranging. I would like to greet everyone, special guests, especially Ogogo Betu as our special guest. The market, the industry that is here to witness this great event that is bringing us together, and the community at large. I'm standing here on behalf of Broadband Infraco. We have had some nice milestones with we call them the access network providers, because our focus is for them to provide access. And when the access is available, we take the data to the community, and then we bring in our other SMMEs who then sells the products. I think there's noise at the back. The concept took some time to be realized. It was a concept that everyone wanted to see materializing. But it was more like a pie in the sky. And when it finally landed, behind the scenes there was a lot of work that took place. There was a consultation regarding how do we incorporate the ANPs, the access network providers, how do we bring in the SOCs to ensure that there is sustainability and the project is successful. BBI and Centec had to look at their networks under the instructions of the department. They had to ensure that the network is available to enable the ANPs to take the connectivity to the community, which is the main objective. After months of deliberations within the different internal stakeholders, a lot of RFQs, we've seen people rushing, delivering their submissions. One of the biggest ones is I was driving out from our premises. There were quite a few people who were literally crying because they missed the opportunity. But how do we then ensure that those who miss the opportunity, they get the opportunity the next time? It means that there's got to be collaboration. The projects that the department has given us, I will say it in the Lokshin language, they are not quick money making schemes. If you are an access network provider, understand that statement fully. I'm not here as an ANP to make quick money and run away. The project is for 3 years, but it must be sustainable for 10 years. So how do you enable that? It requires us to work together, collaboratively. It is a reciprocal business. That talks to the equipment providers, that talks to the network providers, that talks to the ANPs that are building these Wi-Fi hotspots. And those who are selling the data, ogogo bethu, abasithengisela lama voucher. So it's a value chain that requires everybody's effort. I think that's what we need to take home after this gathering. I am not here as an ANP to make sure that I connect 100, I build 100 Wi-Fi hotspots, take my million with the cheapest equipment, and take the rest of the million and go and buy tamatis and open up a new business. This digital bridging, this digital divide that we want to close is dependent on us. We have been given the opportunity, we have been given the power, and I think the likes of Jaira and the Sigmas and the Mzansis and the Leris, they are here to empower those who are new in the industry. And that's what I advocate to the ANPs. I actually make sure that when the Leris are around, the Jairas are around, the Udines, all those that are already at ISP tier 1 status, they must make sure of that lady that has just gotten about 100 sites from BBI, which is a huge and an exciting business. So the collaboration is not only in terms of delivering the services, but it is also in empowering us as a community, as businessmen and women. Welcome our mothers here. Welcome our ladies who wants to tap into this business. It is not impossible. We can see how the ladies are making it, but they really need that support because you have been in the industry, you know it better. So when you partner with any of us who are new in the industry, understand that at the end of the day is to empower the economy, the community, and improve our status as a nation. On that note, I thought it was important just to get the background and to lay the proper foundation. It is not about broadband. Infraco has received so many millions from the department, they've got money. No. It is not about the ANP that has received so many invoices from BBI. It is about a collaborative effort that will sustain us for the 10 years. Because if SA Connect Phase 2 is successful, it makes it easier for the government to give us SA Connect Phase 3. So that is the objective. We've seen how we struggled with SA Connect 1, but it's still standing and it's still operational. But SA Connect Phase 2 has taken another level. So the next level to bring those who couldn't have the opportunity is SA Connect Phase 3. But it is dependent on all of us, because if we follow what I'm going to present now, then it makes it easier for us to continue as a community that is growing the economy. If you can go to the next slide. Okay. All right. Thank you. So this slide is the foundation of SA Connect Phase 2. And what I like about the slide, can I point with the first one? Okay. All right, there it is. It's important to acknowledge this logo. This is the department supporting us to deliver this project. This branding is very important. What is missing here is UDNet logo. What is missing is Sigma or any other, but it shows the relationship. Broadband Infraco is here. So just to give those who haven't heard this presentation before, because it has been presented so many times, but obviously not to the same audience. The objective, SA Connect is here to do what? To bridge the digital divide. And how are we going to do that? Through all these steps that are stated here. We need to build the largest Wi-Fi network. We are, as Broadband Infraco, we are operating on an open access network, and we are enabling the ISPs to tap into this billion-dollar business that we have in our nation. PBI has been tasked to increase the current fiber on the ground to these numbers, simply because we have to reach the unreachable. The network must leave the town. The network must go to the village. The network must go to the farmers. So we have to expand the network. There's a number of new point of presence where we host our equipment. We need to increase by the end of this 36 months contract. We must have achieved 20 new point of presence as Broadband Infraco, which allows you as an ANP to tap into our facilities and host your equipment. Then we move to what is it that we want to achieve as a team? We want to build a gigabyte network that will enable the nomadic network that will take us out of the current frustration. When I leave my home, I'm out of data. Every time I drive to work, the moment we drive out of the estate, my daughter says, "Mama, can I hotspot?" Because the data is finished. But what is the change that SA Connect is bringing? You are bringing a network that says, whether I'm in my car or I'm at home, I'm connected. Because that network that is built by Larry in El Lorraine, I'll talk about area where I'm coming from. That network that is built in El Lorraine in Pretoria Centurion, I can still use it at the Ritz. I can still walk out of my house. We call it roaming. But because we are unique, we are calling it nomadic network, because it's something that we need to bring into the community. The frustrations that individuals are sitting with. I have a Vodacom line. It's operational. I'm not complaining. The moment I step out of the garage, the Vodacom is sitting nicely as a white elephant in my house. I can't utilize it further than that. I'm quoting a Vodacom as an example. I'm not saying it's Vodacom. Yeah, please, I put a disclaimer there. So every ANP that is here, it is important to collaborate. And I know that PBICT, that's what they are doing, making sure that the network is spread throughout the 9 provinces. My 5 rand voucher, I must still use it when I get here in KZN, coming all the way from El Lorraine. And we share that revenue, because the way you guys are interconnected as ANPs, I get my share, you get your share. So what is it teaching us? Let's leave self-righteousness and selfishness to be rich all by yourself. Because when we share the pie, we not only improve our community status, we take away the crime, we take away the poverty, we take away a whole lot of things. But it cannot be just one person getting all the billions. So I think this is a message of SA Connect, and I think this is what the government is trying to communicate to us as communities that are involved or partakers of this project. Then we will, you see what I like here. So this this is specifically for VSES, but for SA Connect currently, we are tasked to enable 5.8 households to be connected. For 5.8 million households to be connected. So you can imagine how many households would have been empowered if we all deliver what we are supposed to deliver and what we have signed for. And what is key then is this last part. We may have the network, we may build the Wi-Fi hotspots, but if we are not commercializing and making this a money-making business that is growing us, then this SA Connect does not carry value. We can showcase the Wi-Fi hotspots, and we can sit there at 2 a.m. doing the assignments right at a risky place because I don't have Wi-Fi at home. But we are taking that risk away because we went to the Eastern Cape, and the previous week, a 12-year-old was killed because she was at the spot for the Wi-Fi hotspots, trying to connect at the wrong time. And the security thought that it's someone who wants to break in. How do we alleviate those risks? By extending the infrastructure and sharing it with the community. That's what we are aiming for. So this slide, please remember the objective. This is what SA Connect is all about. When they talk about the billions that are shared between broadband infrastructure and Centec, understand that they are utilized here. We need to buy equipment. That's why our GM from SCM is here. He needs to meet those who are selling the equipment to the ANPs so that we can make the business viable and reduce the price for what it is, but still make sure that we make our margins and we enable the incoming SMMEs to be able to buy the equipment and deliver the services. So I spend a lot of time here simply because everything resides here and it requires us to work together. So then we're moving to the real SA Connect phase 2. This is the design. Where is it? Okay. This is a value chain that is delivering SA Connect. We have services that Broadband Infraco would like to be the service provider of choice to all the ANPs. Yes, we do understand. You have already bought internet services from other service providers. But because we have a 10-year relationship, I am hopeful that I am, at some stage, will be in a position to redirect you to Broadband Infraco, and I'll tell you why as we continue. We see ourselves here as a manufacturer. This is where we talk about our entire network, the backhaul, the co-location services that we sell, and any other product that can tie these two together, the ANPs and Broadband Infraco. Then we have the industries, retail. Then we have the ISPs here, the Wi-Fi hotspots. This is a critical position because without this being achieved, without being verified, there is no funding that will come from the department. So the ANPs who are here, it is important that when you build your infrastructure, ensure that you follow what is on the RFQ in terms of the requirements, so that when they come and do the verifications, they don't have to come twice, because you need that money to move to the next project, because the project is broken. Obviously, if you've got more than 100 sites to build, maybe this could be your first 10 sites. So please do it with your utmost best capability so that the verification doesn't delay the process. Then we move to we're selling the vouchers here. This is where we take the business then to the communities. The ISPs appoint the resellers, mama la abetu la abala endlini ogogo bethu, emasiphaza shop abo, bathengisa lama vouchers a 5 rand, a 10 rands, depending on the packages. And they are going right into the households, the end users. And there are so many advantages that are sitting here. If one can spend the whole day using a 5 rand voucher, what more can you ask for? And also, if it's easy for you to even buy additional vouchers, what more can you ask for? So this value chain is key, because this is where we start and where we end. But it doesn't end, because it must be a cycle in terms of sustainability. What are the levers? I'm going to move fast on this one. What are the levers that we need as broadband infraco to enable this process of ensuring that this project is successful? We must have a successful commercial model that is sustainable and is doable and is practical. We need to partner with the ANPs. We need to ensure that we build a robust gigabyte network that the ANPs can tap into and build their infrastructure. The financial viability between broadband infraco and the ANPs. I know that there are arrangements that are made with the CFAs and everyone. BBI as an entity, they need funding from the department to be able to build the infrastructure. The ANPs require funding also. So maybe that's why then we have institutions like CFAs to enable that process to be practical and achievable. So the contracts that we sign with the ANPs are very key for this portion when I talk about the ANPs. But for broadband infraco as an entity that is driving the project, the payments, the reimbursement, the release of the funds by the department is dependent on this. But in the bigger things, in a bigger picture, we need to make sure that we are building and it doesn't delay any of these processes. Business development, we came up with the enterprise business that I will quickly explain, and then the marketing. BBI is committed to partner with the ANPs and ensure that we make the place green. Everyone knows about SA Connect Phase 2, and everyone has an experience with SA Connect Phase 2. The products I will discuss in detail in the next slide. So this is these are the pillars that will enable this process. I'm not going to go into this slide, it's a lot of ways, but it's just that the main thing is that it is a project that was approved by the cabinet. So it has got lots of rules and regulations that we need to adhere to. So when DBI colleagues are requesting certain information, please be patient with us, because we need to also go and account to the principals. The objectives, I think I have already dwelt in them. I will move fast on this one. And this is just to demonstrate that slide when I've said it is the entire value chain. So we need to achieve these access points. We need to make sure that we have got a wireless network that is enabling us to deliver SA Connect. For me, this is what is the most important part, the gigabyte meshed network, because this is what will enable us to be able to roam, to leave home, to go to my cousin, I'm still connected. The market that we are focusing on, which is very important for us to note. Obviously, when you receive your allocation, you may receive an allocation in an area like this. But please, let us understand that the project, its objectives are sitting on segment 3 and segment 4. This is our township and this is our rural areas. And the most important one is segment 4. Like the previous speaker said, I only saw Mlungu at the age of 18 or 21, I'm not too sure, is because now we cannot afford any of those to happen. We must be able to connect ugogo hleli ekhaya, ofuneka athole umndende wakhe through the phone, akwazi ukuyobhatala isikweliti sokudla that he got during the month. So these are the segments we are focusing on. So your allocations are around this mostly. Obviously, some of them will just fall in because of what is happening here. But it is important that when you got areas like this, please understand the objective behind. It's not because BBI said, no, this one is not going to make quick money, we want him to delay him. It is what we want to achieve. This is a slide that talks to SA Connect, and I have already explained that. So where we are struggling, I'm not here to present the SA Connect project, but I think the main thing is to understand with the first round that has already taken place and the experience that we have gone through, what are the challenges? From a BBI perspective, we have challenges of this dotted line. What does this dotted line mean? It means that the ANP that is supposed to buy internet from here is using a third-party internet, because the relationship between us and the ANP sitting here is that this business must be reciprocal. We must be able to sustain it. But when we lose this revenue, it becomes a problem. But we do understand and acknowledge that when we started with the project, we needed to deliver Wi-Fi hotspots. And we appreciate those ANPs who really helped us to achieve the targets that we needed to meet with the department. It is my plea as someone sitting in the commercial environment that can we slowly but surely migrate to the broadband infraco internet so that we can realize the benefits of SA Connect holistically. So this one is for the internet. And then we also have ANPs that are sitting here who are providing their own backhaul. That also makes business sense, because when we wanted the Wi-Fi hotspots, broadband infraco was not ready with a backhaul. There is a collaborative initiative between us and the Vodacoms to make sure that we also use third-party infrastructure, but we control it so that it doesn't become your problem, it becomes a broadband infraco problem. There are entities we are talking to with OpenServe. There are departments we are talking to at Vodacom. They may not be necessarily the ones who are here. But the objective is that let's partner and enable this process to come through. So this is where our challenges are. The biggest challenge that we are sitting with currently is this one, where we are supposed to interconnect on each and every ANP system so that we can see the generation of the revenue that is coming from this project. Because the mandate is that we don't have OPEX as broadband infraco. What is required of us is to go into the very same partnership we have with the ANPs, ensure that we create OPEX. How do we maintain this network? We need revenues to maintain the network. We got the CAPEX to build the infrastructure. How do you then maintain it? Is dependent on each and ANP that is appointed to work with broadband infraco, to buy our backhaul, to buy our internet services, to collocate in our facilities, and also to interconnect on that system. That will give us a view. All we're asking is viewing rights, not controlling your environment, so that we can be able to fulfill the requirements of the enterprise development as a service. If there's any questions on this one, I would really want to address them, because we're going back home today. So the biggest issue or the biggest challenge is sitting on this slide. But I will go into detail in terms of how do we want to collaborate. Then when this is built and the 10 first ISPs are connected, we pay our ANPs. But we pay our ANPs also when this has been built and the CPM team has verified the live connection. We pay. We don't delay. The ones that are delaying, I will highlight so that when we engage and we go back to our companies, we address those issues. What is key at the end of the day is this 5 Rand voucher. Broadband Infraco is a wholesale entity. It is our part of the contract, our desire to also sell these vouchers when we are ready. Currently, you are selling the vouchers as ANPs, and which is a good thing. We are pushing the business. But at the end of the day, BBI will also want to tap into this environment of selling the vouchers. We will not be selling vouchers as a retail, but we will be selling packages. We will be selling files, and these files are the ones that we will sell to our ANPs. But it's something that we need to discuss. I'm just mentioning it's part of the contract. So this is what SA Connect is all about. There's products, there's a build, there's an exchange, there's a 10,000 rand that is sitting somewhere here, but I will discuss it in my next slides. And there's a community that we need to connect. These are the packages. And Dr. Rolls and Jaira and Udinet, I hope that we are maintaining the same, more or less the same voucher pricing so that we don't confuse the market. I know wherever we have been, we have seen 5 rand vouchers per day. What am I saying is that it makes a business sense that we align on this one in terms of going into the market so that it doesn't become too complicated. It doesn't mean you cannot go up, it doesn't mean you cannot go down, but let there be a source of alignment. These are the products that I've already discussed. The internet as a service. What BBI is working on currently is to get to the pricing points that are market related when it comes to the ISPs. And we will try our best to also ring fence that price, because at the end of the day, Broadband Infraco does not only sell SA Connect Phase 2, we have our core business that is sustaining us as an entity. So for us to enable the ANPs to be able to come and buy from BBI, we have to make sure that we ring fence and ensure we give you a competitive costing for what you need to buy from us. So the products, I have discussed them in detail, and I think those are the discussions that will continue even tomorrow through the discussions with the ANPs. This is where we are. I think we are here to discuss where are we. There are contracts that needs to be signed with the ANPs. I think on behalf of Broadband Infraco, I would like to take a position that says, yes, we delayed in terms of signing those contracts. But what is important for us to note is that the project is of this magnitude and of this granularity. I think it is the first time that you are doing as a nation. So it's work in progress. There are certain elements that you realize that were not included, and then you bring back the contracts. But the contracts have been distributed or sent to the ANPs. And the contracts, they unleash finances. The contracts are the ones you take to CIFA. It is my plea that when you receive the contracts, go through the contract, understand what it entails. When you have questions, send them immediately so that we can sign off the contract as soon as possible. In front, on this table, in the front here, is our acting CTO. We were fighting with him because we give him the contracts to sign, but technical people are very detailed and they take time to read stuff. And there are elements that he picked up that we needed to verify. So that is why maybe some of the contracts have delayed to be signed off, because we need to make sure that the contracts is sustainable and we are both beneficiaries of that. So where there have been challenges with the contracts, please contact your key account manager to resolve that. But for you to get funding, you need that contract to take to CIFA. So that's how collaborative this business is. We delay with the contract, we are disempowering you to get finances. You delay with the contract, you are delaying yourself to close the contract so that you can go and get the finances that you require. So it's important to understand that. And I'm talking about the experience, because Dr. Roll said to me, we know the commercial model, but come and talk about the experience and be as open as possible so that we can iron out these issues, so that we can start running seamlessly. Let us say, Sehu and Gloria, we're running out of Wi-Fi hotspots. Can you give us more Wi-Fi hotspots? I think that's what we want to hear at the end of the day. Billing is a problem. I know there is a lot of ANPs that are bleeding in this area. I would like to address so that at least I can save my colleague Sehu. She can just run over it. Billing is a cycle. And that does not reside with Broadband Infraco alone. It goes back to one word, relationship. When the Wi-Fi hotspots, I'll talk on SA Connect, Sihu will detail how she does her billing on BAF. On SA Connect, there are two elements that needs to be addressed. But these elements, if they are addressed on one invoice, they complicate the billing process for us. If colleagues, you remember, when you responded to the tender and you were awarded the tender, it was awarded only a subsidy of 5,000 per Wi-Fi hotspot. Those who ran with us when we were under pressure to deliver the first 1,000, they came back to Tandy and said, Tandy, this 5,000 rent of yours is not working. Can you relook at the increasing this amount? And that request was taken back to EXCO, and EXCO, based on their budget that have been given, they had to go back, inform Treasury that we will be releasing an additional 5,000 rand per ANP, but we need your approval so that we are not found wanting when we do auditing. They approved the second 5,000. It's important to understand this part. They approved the second 5,000 on condition that we prove that this process is sustainable. What did we have to do then? We said, if for each and every Wi-Fi hotspot that you build, we know, we have seen it in Tembisa, we have seen it in KZN. The moment you start building the Wi-Fi hotspots, the communities are aware of what you're doing, and they start moving towards that area. The moment the Wi-Fi hotspot is active, there are communities that are connecting. So the first 10 Wi-Fi subscribers are a rich assurance that the extra 5,000 rand that you are subsidizing with is not going to go down the drain. It will bring return on investment. It's important to understand that. And as audit is going to continue, we have to justify why did we have to increase the 5,000. Then when you bring an invoice as an ANP, a single invoice, it complicates the process for Broadband Infraco commercial team and finance. The process of paying the first 5,000 is straightforward and it's easy. As soon as Tandy sends a list and says, Gloria and Peter and CEO and CFO, we have verified, can you pay? With no doubt, immediately we sign off, the payments are made. But the second 5,000 has got a condition that is totally different from the first one. The second condition is that for each and every Wi-Fi hotspot, show me your first 10 subscribers. Where do they go? They go to that Wi-Fi hotspots, to the communities, to reassure that we'll be able to get revenues out of this project. So ANPs who are here, and the ANPs that you engage with, it is important to understand. Today, the payments are delayed, not only because maybe we are waiting for the payment from the department based on their own conditions also that we need to adhere to, but there are also conditions that we have to make sure that we adhere to as Broadband Infraco. And it is out of that second 5,000 that we are able then to say, we can now get the 10% that helps BBI to sustain the business. I will pause if there's any questions so that we can address them. We are not here to present SA Connect. We are here to unpack the problems. And we hope that while we are here, we'll be able to reach out to everyone. We will still be here 2 days. Tadi and the team are still here tomorrow and today if some of us leave. Okay. One of the initiatives we have requested from the budget of SA Connect is to subsidize marketing of the ANPs. I think there is a slide that addresses that. Yeah, there it is, yeah. This is the Broadband Infraco contribution towards the collaborated marketing efforts. When you do, out of your launches, when you do your biggest one, where you want to capture, maybe one of your biggest areas. That is where you could use this 10,000. It may appear as a small amount, but I know it makes a huge difference. We did it with one of the ANPs, I'm not sure if he's here or not, in KZN. The 2,000, as you see it there, that is your magnetic stickers we want to have in your cars. At least your main van or the main car that is doing the installation. As we drive from one township to the other, we want to see broadband infraco, we want to see DCDT. So yeah, 2 minutes left. So the what you call this, the stickers, the car stickers, they bring visibility, they make people aware this is a project that is for the community. And then the rest of the 8,000, you may do what is required. So this is a breakdown of the 5,000 as I've explained it, and the two 5,000s. And then the go-to market, I've already touched based on that. That's all from me. Thank you.
Raleboga, Aus Gloria. Again, Aus Gloria is the acting chief of marketing sales from Broadband Infraco. We have 15 minutes of a tea break going forward. And if there's anyone who'd like to be connected and didn't get the voucher code again for the SSID WayaMore 500 day, can I just call it out again? It's 6409905619. Okay, one more time, 6409905619. For the tea break, under the registration tent, that's where we'll be heading to, and then we'll just grab the food and then come back and have our 15 minutes, and we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
So the Broadband Access Fund falls under the bigger SA Connect umbrella. We are one of the projects that is a pilot project. It's a 200 million fund that is funded through the Presidential Employment Stimulus. So this was mainly for pilot to call the industry with the ISPs and the ANPs to ensure that we bring broadband in the rural, underserved, and poor communities. And this was really us playing and saying, guys, tell us what to do as government. Tell us how best to ensure that we bring affordable connectivity in our communities. And the likes of Mzansi, the Gyros, the UDNets, they came through and gave us different technologies to roll out this infrastructure. I must say we are very happy with where we are sitting in terms of our targets. We are currently 89% in, so we are almost done with the project. In terms of submissions, we are 100% submitted. So the ISPs that are in the house, give yourself a hand. Well done. The hotspots, we are also trickling in very nicely. We are sitting at 60%, and we don't see that as a challenge because the likes of Mzansi and the ISPs and the PBICT and the others that are in the program have come through and given us technology that ensures that we actually have a nomadic infrastructure where we have a gigabit network that says if you are using a Wi-Fi, a hotspot, a connectivity, you can actually connect in the comfort of your home. That has been a game changer in terms of us reaching the numbers that we're supposed to reach, in terms of us creating the jobs that we wanted to create, and also ensuring that we bring a respect and closing the digital divide. I mean, digital divide closes when you're sitting in your house and a child in Mgungundlovu has the same access to a child in Sandton. And for us, that's what we want to see. Whether you're in school, whether you're applying for a new job, for you to have that stable connectivity, that's when we say that we are closing the digital divide. And that's what the Broadband Access Fund is about. And maybe there's a difference between the Broadband Access Fund and the SA Connect Phase 2 as a whole. So as I was talking about jobs, we have appointed 52 ISPs under a Broadband Access Fund. Then they have created 775 direct and indirect jobs. And we have broken it out to the youth, the female, people with disabilities, and wanting to see the actual impact of what this program has done. So we're very happy. I mean, to sustain over 700 jobs is not easy. However, an industry like ICT infrastructure build, that's what we can do. We can sustain jobs, we can create the jobs, and also share skills, because also as you come into these communities, not only are you going to bring the skills from outside, you have to develop the communities. That's how we create sustainability in terms of our model of implementation. Now, out of the 52 ISPs, you can see in terms of the provinces how the fund is spread out. The 200 million, I'll focus on KZN. We have allocated about 18 million of the fund to the ISPs here. However, the KZN guys are greedy. They're moving very quickly, so they are eating with in some of the provinces. It's great because it's a province that has one of the minimal connectivity. So as we are seeing them progressing and actually growing from the initial allocation, it's great. However, the other thing that we like about structures like the PBICT is that not only does it stay in KZN, we're seeing Jaira in Mpumalanga, they're also moving. We're seeing Larry in the Free State, that they're also moving. However, they're bringing all the other small guys and teaching them the industry. So this is a fund allocation in terms of Wi-Fi hotspot connectivity, wireless to the home, and also fiber to the home. We have achieved great numbers in the Eastern Cape and the KZN provinces in terms of I want to be able, can I? Maybe let me use that. Yeah. So our strongest performing, is it on? Our strongest performing provinces is KZN and Eastern Cape. These are mostly rural provinces. So according to the mandate of the fund, we are really achieving in the provinces that we're supposed to be achieving in. And we are proud to say that we are over target in terms of our KZN submissions and target achieved, and also Eastern Cape. However, we still have provinces that we are struggling to bring the connectivity that we want. Western Cape has been very slow, so we haven't achieved much in the Western Cape. And Northern Cape is slowly picking up. However, we had issues of backhaul. As we know, this is one of the provinces that we have backhaul issues. Our ISPs are slowly coming through. They've laid out the backhaul, and now they're going direct to the home. So we are seeing quite an improvement in the Northern Cape. Then in terms of KZN itself, we have had appointments. So BAF, we have had a window 1 allocation and window 2 allocation. So in terms of the window 1 allocation, we have had ISPs that were appointed sometime last year in July, August, and then for window 2, they were appointed by December, started work in February. But we're seeing that the window 2, they have really come through very quickly. Again, they're standing on the shoulders of the giants that have gone before them. Structures like this have helped with that. So the actual initial deployment or setup was a bit shorter than window 1. It took us long in terms of deploying in window 1, but window 2, because of the lessons that were learned and the collaborative spirit that we have in this room, we moved quite quickly with that. So as I said, we have reached about 152% in terms of household connectivity in the province. Please, can we have a hand for that? It's a lot, 152%. And in terms of Wi-Fi hotspots, through most of the ISPs in KZN in particular, they're using that gigabit network. So we have reached about 163% of Wi-Fi hotspot connectivity because the Wi-Fi hotspot goes to the home. So the beauty of the gigabit network also, a child is sitting and is Netflix ready in the house, then it means you're bringing wireless to the home. So that model brings more income because not only are you getting paid for a hotspot, you're also getting paid for the houses you connect around that hotspot, which we see that a lot of players are now moving in that direction. So these are the districts that we have, that we are targeted for. As I said, KZN is moving quite vastly. So we had about 5 districts that were allocated: Herigwala, Ugu, eThekwini, uThukela, Mzinyati. However, these are the ones that we have actually gone and reached above and beyond the allocation. So we are in about 8 districts. So Amajuba, eThekwini, Herigwala, Kinxeshwayo, Ugu, Mgugundlovu, uThukela, and uThungulu. Yes. So we are proud to say that we are covering most of the province and hoping that with the next allocation of the Broadband Access Fund, we can even reach more numbers. Now, last year this time, we were here in the province launching our project with Mzansi Comnet in Kokstad. So we're in Herigwala where everybody came just to see this gigabit network. The picture on the left shows what Kokstad looked like. And by the time we finished in terms of connectivity in Kokstad, this is what it looked like. The green lights show that that's what connectivity brought, and they use that gigabit network to roll out the infrastructure in this. This is one of our biggest successes and our biggest lessons as a project, because from this launch of this project at the gigabit mesh network, we've catapulted into other provinces. Our ISPs also learned the model and they've implemented it in a number of provinces. Now we have broad connectivity, so what? That is always our question. What does it mean to actually bring internet connectivity to the communities? We want to ensure that there is coverage and connectivity, especially in the rural and underserved areas. However, as the speakers before me have previously mentioned, connectivity alone is not sufficient. It must be affordable. We must have affordable connectivity. And that's what structures like this are doing. Not only are we changing the market, we are also bringing impact in the home. Because now Wi-Fi connectivity competes with bread. You know, as my children wake up, I don't know about you. If we have issues with connectivity, you'll never have peace. And it happens everywhere. So we want to ensure that there is connectivity that is affordable, that everybody has access to it. And also change the industry at large to come and bring connectivity at affordable rates. In the ISPs that we have appointed, as I've said, in the 2 windows, we've seen that not only are they looking at the solutions for now and growing their businesses, they're now getting deeper into the sector. You know, they want to play in the infrastructure space, in the software space, and participate even more in the sector, which is what we want. We want rooms full like this. The ICT rooms must represent our country's demographics. So we want more black players to participate in the space. And also the direct jobs and indirect jobs that we've created. For us, it's not just about job creation. We want sustainable jobs. So when an ISP has sustainable business, because we fund them to just grow that business, then they should be able to sustain it by selling affordable data to communities. Now they can really sustain the jobs that they've created. We don't just want to say the program came and for 18 months created so many jobs. We want to report on these numbers going forward. However, we've also faced some challenges. And this is what I think I speak to the converted to say rolling out infrastructure is quite expensive. Not having capital really derails us moving in the speed that we need to move in. So the challenges that we have seen and engaged with our ISPs over and over are listed here. So access to capital, one of the biggest challenges for us to move at the speed that we want to move into. Also, it affects the cost of data. Because if your money is expensive, then it means you will transfer the same cost to your end user. So access to affordable capital is also one of the biggest issues here. Then the inability to partner with existing FNOs. I think one of my colleagues talked about infrastructure, that who you plug into is important. Also in terms of you having ownership of your own network, you know, who you plug into plays a role, which is one of the challenges that we have seen in the program. And the cost of deployment. Like I say, in provinces like Northern Cape, it's quite more expensive than it is to deploy in Gauteng. So they have cited the cost of deployment in terms of investment. It becomes impractical sometimes to move to some places, and hence we have the digital gaps that we have currently. Then the existence of the construction mafia. This we have seen in some of the provinces that it becomes difficult to roll out or move with the projects because of the construction mafia. We are trying to manage that, but this goes across the whole country, all industry. I think we need a directive, you know, in terms of how do we accommodate the communities in a way that it makes sense so that we don't have delays of the project rollout because of the likes of the construction mafia. Then I have talked about backhaul challenges and also equipment supply. I'm happy that we have on the table suppliers, because once they understand the challenges and also the deliverables in terms of the project timelines, then we can agree of how best to support the ANPs. This is the last slide, and if there's any questions, I'm going to pause a bit. If there's any engagement that we want to have, I'll give a moment. But for us as Broadband Infraco, we see this project not only as an infrastructure project, we're seeing this as a project, one of the projects that can take our economy forward, one of the projects that can actually help us solve the job issue that we have in the country. So we are happy with our partnership with the PBICT over the year that we have worked well, and for us to reach, most of them that are in this room, they have contributed immensely to us reaching our targets. So thank you very much, colleagues. Right, if there's any questions, I'm sitting there, I don't see any hands. Program Director, thank you. I think my pen is thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tseho. And you, I must say that we never had a problem with the PAF when coming to payments. We work and we invoice and they pay. I'm happy. I see also my project manager is smiling when Tseho take the podium. But Sis Gloria, it's coming to your side as well. Yeah, it's not there yet. I'd like to take this moment and quickly call the president of PBICT, Dr. Leon. He's coming to introduce the topic panel, and then we'll then go to lunch. After lunch, then the panel will just take the seat. So, Dr. Leon, can you come and tell us what you want us to talk about? Very important to the panelists to understand what we as ANPs need from you and the engagement. Dr. Leon, the stage is yours. Thank you.
No, sir, I think, where are we now? The program? Hey, you know what I'm liking about this thing, ne? Oh, this is an SMME event, this one. I want people that don't have money. Hi, Chief. So hambanan. See, there was no cups there, no tea. Only tea in the morning. Because the reality is that that's a reality. That's the reality. Now, this thing of trying to glorify things, ne? And making things look all perfect. Yeah, that's the problem. You see, my sister was talking here. Now I felt like I was going to wear my suit now. See, when she speaks, I want to wear my suit. All right? We are here for one reason, and one reason only. How do we connect our people? How do we make money? Now, Peter, I want to, we talk about this a lot. There's a concept called communitism. The problem that we have in this country is that we want to change things, but we don't know to what. Right? The current economic model in this country is not right for this country. Fine, it needs to be changed, but no one ever says to what. Right? So in order for you to improve the material conditions of the people. Material conditions, to those that do not understand, I see there's young kids there, they're saying, hey, umkhulu Wi-Fi, Paul. What do those kids call me there in Kokstad, umkhulu Wi-Fi? Hey, these kids. Hey, the things that you see on the ground. So what is a material condition? It's the fridge. A material condition is the fridge. Number one, there are people that don't have a fridge. So meat, you only eat maybe when daddy comes on Friday or mommy comes in December. Yabo? You don't have a fridge. Material condition is you open the fridge, it's empty. The people that can't fill, they can't. The fridge is empty. Nah? There's only water in the fridge. I don't know what the lemon is doing in the fridge. Every time I think of an empty fridge, there is a lemon. Hey, there's the fridge, there's a lemon. Right? There's a material condition that when you open the fridge, yeah, there's something in there. There's something in there. Right? There's always a cucumber amongst those things and it's off. I don't know why. It's soft. Yeah, then there's a material condition where there is woolies, chief. Yeah, there's woolies. Now, if we are to change the material conditions of our people, it means that the economic model needs to change. But for the economic model to change, you need to decouple the current economic model and replace it with what? Now, the fourth industrial revolution in the digital economy is coming with a new economic model, and that model is a distributed economic model. And that distributed economic model comes with its own money. And that money is called local money. So local money, simply and plainly put, is that you are living emlas. What G? In the street. Right? There's a tower that is there, that is provided by a telco. That tower represents 340 billion rands of revenue generation in this country, which on the recent stats is looking at 68% of the connectivity, which means that you still have people that are not connected. The people that can afford the internet connectivity in that 340 billion, otherwise the people that are spending 340 billion per annum, is only 20 to 25%. Which therefore means that there's already 600 billion that can still be spent on the connectivity. Now there are reasons why the people can afford that connectivity and can spend on that connectivity. So to the panelists, when we say internet connectivity cheaper than a loaf of bread, and by the way, the 5 rand a day, many people, Larry, don't know how it started. Né? I promise you. The 5 rand a day, that is famous. Anyone can come and claim this here, but I'm going to tell you where it came from. It was that guy that's standing over there. Pick up your hand, Larry. It's like, press. This internet is too much. So, Larry, how much is this internet supposed to be? Press must be 5 rand. No economic model behind that, absolutely nothing. Larry thumb sucked 5 rand a day. Years later, I asked Larry, this 5 rand, where do we make money from this thing, Chief? Press, we must connect our people. We must connect our... Larry, how do we make money? This thing says, Press, we must collect our people. Okay, Larry. Call it 5 rand a day. So we started talking about 5 rand a day and everyone started catching on. Anyone that says they came up with 5 rand a day, I want to ask them, why didn't they do it before? Now, 5 rand a day is still too much. ICASA says 2 rand 50, ne? You must drop to that. And I want to announce it here. That's where we're going, by the way. 5 rand is still too much. Still too much for this country. It must be 2 rand 50. Now, When everyone drops and comes to 2 Rand 50 and starts announcing 2 Rand 50, we're going to drop to 1 Rand. We're going to drop to 1 Rand. You see, right now we'll sit at 5 Rand. It's fine. Now, we cannot do this alone. That's a reality, panelists. We cannot do this alone. It's tough out there. I'm going to tell you a journey. Hey, we are sitting here today, but as the progress of blacks in ICT, I can tell you now that we have ISPs with networks. There's close to 70 of us. Operating and functionally 17. And we're going to build more. Now, you know how this came about. We had a meeting at CETA. When we were formed as a PBICT, I told the guys, I said, man, I can't be your president. They said, why? I said, me, I'm a bully. Who's going to control me? You need me to be the guy that controls your president, because me, you can't control me. You know? If I'm going there, I'm going there, and that's it. Not turning back. So we were fighting for everything. You see? They were fighting. Right? Then one day we invited Broadband Infraco. And Broadband Infraco was our arch enemy. Right? Luckily enough, or bad luck for whoever, they sent a guy, I think his name is Umbulelo Hlobo, right? But anyway, those of you know Umbulelo, you know Umbulelo, ne? He says, hey, comrade, why are you making a noise? No, you BBI. Stop making a noise. Why don't you guys come together? Yabo? Why don't you come together, establish yourself, and set up SMMEs? For starters, you want to do business with me at Broadband Infraco. If I take out a tender tomorrow, who's going to respond? Hey, I was embarrassed. Hey, my daughter saying, I've already spoken here. So what must happen? He said, you know what? Go and do your homework, President. Go and do your homework. Hambo hlanganisa abantu. Go build SMMEs. Make them to be in the telco space. And then come back to me and talk to me. And you know, we did exactly that. Ever since, we've been crazy about that. That is where hashtag Internet for All was born, Larry. We cannot do this alone. Now, if you look outside, those of you, when you go outside, you're going to see that, that tower. That tower there is a tower of misery and failure, a lot of failure. That one there. Going to this journey and be where you are, Utseho, she presented the model that was pioneered not only by us, she was part of the process, screaming and kicking. Yeah, she flew all the way to Durban, drove to Coxton and said, I'm waiting for this garage. I want to go see this thing of yours if it's working. And we had to go there. But anyway, it worked. Caleb, we started with you already 2018, and you know, we've tried everything. There is no equipment that hasn't come here that we haven't tried and we haven't tested. So when we say this works and this doesn't work, this works and that doesn't work, trust me. We test it. We're not going to start mentioning brands because we want to be happy and loyal, but there's a brand that we've just recently tested and it failed. It doesn't work. Even if you can give 3,000 free of them, you can give it away, but it doesn't work. We're not going to use it. Nah? We'll tell you what works and what doesn't work. So we need OEMs. We need OEMs to make this to work. Original equipment manufacturers. Without them, we cannot make this work. We need to have partnerships with distributors. Distributors that understand this model, distributors that understand us, distributors that understand our frustrations. When we were deploying in Kokstad, that equipment was flown in from, I don't know where you flew it in from, Chief. But I just know that I was told it's at the airport because I was like, listen, me, I'm going there and the minister's coming. It's either the minister comes there tomorrow and you explain what happens, what happened, why the equipment is not there, or the minister goes there. So you need distributors that are going to go out of their way. Once those distributors provide you the equipment, you need installers. That is where the ANPs that are sitting here come in. We have young ladies, they looking very nice today, Zinzi, with your suit and the staff. During COVID, these ladies were climbing towers, climbing reservoirs. Melina there at the back. Ziakar. Right? So you need to have those people. You need to have people that get there. You need a stage to tell you, press, come and install here. There's the people. I'll speak to the people on the ground. That is what we need. So once the equipment is there, we need those people that are going to go and install. You need the people that will want to connect our people, that will be there. Now, when the equipment is installed, hey, Peter, that's where we start having problems, with the backhaul, Chief. Yeah, that's the biggest challenge right now. A huge challenge. One day you wake up in the morning, all your hotspots are down. Oh! Start running up and down. Why is it, you know? When you go and look, Chief, all your contracts are cancelled. But why? I just loaded data. This we on contract. We on this. I know, Chief. There's a problem you're having. That SIM card is connecting too many people at a time. Too much data. We don't see what is happening. It's unfair. It's unfair, and it's like. So what you gonna do? No, absolutely nothing. That's it. It's the end of the road. Then you have Paul phoning, hey, Chief, your sites are down. Then you have Wiseman phoning you, hey, the people now want to bring back the vouchers and this and that. Hey, block Wiseman by his house. Melina, you can't leave the house. People are there. It happens. It happens. So we need people that are with us to provide us with backhaul. We need that. You see? BBI needs to have a relationship with backhaul providers. So broadband infra need to look at the sky and tell you this is where I'm going. You see? You need to look at the sky and say, hey, here I am. Right? So those are the things that we need. So we need people. We cannot connect the people to one. We need to work together. Are we together on this thing? Right? Once we're there, then the internet is fine. But that is where Okoko Bami come in now. Right? Abantu babantu. Ne? Abantu babantu. Ngobumuntu, ngomuntu, abantu, right? Now where do they come in? Now I'm going to go back to the digital economy, which brings about a distributed economy. Gloria, she presented a model. Now this is a very simple model, how it works. Very simple model. We have tax shops, we have everything. Hey, Tina, see, kule kaya, daisi tin. Before you go to school, hey, I was fast in that thing. We used to have a competition. Your boys I don't know what you call it, chupas. You take Kool-Aid, you make juice, you put it in a plastic, you tie it, just put it in the fridge, it becomes ice, you sell it tomorrow. Yeah, that ice block thing, ne? And then the peanuts used to rope like this and put in. Tina Sakuli along the archer as well, put the archer and tighten the plastic. Makwinya used to do those things. That's it. That's all we know. It worked. Why do we say that it worked? Because on party side, Bonko Zinzi Laba wearing suits, Steph and them, they come from that. It's local money. That's what's local money. There's no other way of explaining it. It's local money. So, from that spirit, if you have an area, panelists, this is what I need you to address. These are the problems that I need you to address. I hope you can pick up the issues already. I have a tuck shop there by the road. That tuck shop sells the voucher for 5 rand. Right? That tuck shop buys those vouchers from somewhere. They can't buy the voucher from Simon that is sitting in Nelspruit. It's not going to help us. It's not going to help us. They must buy the voucher from someone that lives in that area. Let us say Umsundus, Peter Marisbeck, the whole of Peter Marisbeck. Now they're going to help them to set up a cooperative. They're going to be distributing vouchers for the whole of Umsundus. You see what I'm getting at? No, I'm not going to sell vouchers today. So when they sell it, they make a rand from every 5 rand. The tuck shop makes a rand from every 5 rand. Right? If it's a tuck shop from Somalia, they're going to take that 1 rand to Somalia. Defeats the local money concept. But Okoka from Msunduz, they're going to spend that money in Msunduz. They're going to wake up in the morning, hey, let's go have tea. They're going to spend that money there. It's local money. So you've plowed 2 rand there in that community. It's 2 rand that is plowed there. So we need everyone, all of us together. Ne? That money still does not leave Umsunduzi. You need an ANP, an access network provider from Umsunduzi. That is going to build a network, fix the hotspot when it's down, so you leave 3 rand there in that area. Then you get the 2 rand can come out. Right? And that 2 rand SLA is then paying for backhaul and for everything else. It's a very simple model. It's a very simple model. It's not confusing. And this is a thing that is not going to happen. It's a thing that is happening already as we speak. Correct, wise man? Wise man, there's his resellers, they're from Chesterville. They're here. Those are his resellers. Correct? And yes. So they are selling vouchers in Chesterville. They buy the vouchers from Wiseman. Wiseman buys the vouchers from Unombuso there. Right? Then Unombuso provides the network and supports the network. It works. It works. Now, I want to make an example. We have people like Vodacom that comes and says, wait a minute, guys, what are you doing? No, you're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh, okay. Then I have a solution for you. I can give you 5G in that place. Where you're going with your hotspot, I can give you 5G. Right? Let's talk on how we're going to craft this. Do you see where I'm getting at? And that's what we need. And that's what we need. So we need to start having those conversations. We have broadband infra, Peter. Peter, this is where I'm going, and this is the relationship, and this is what one. This is where I am going. Where are you going? I'm going there. Chief, don't go there. I don't have people Come, what do you do? No, I installed the radios there. Have you ever heard of that? Doesn't exist. I don't know where those people work, where they come from. I've never seen them myself. I've never seen them myself. Mina ngifuna ukuhlala nogogo egqoke iskipa se-WayaMore. Kuthiwe gogo iskipa u-WayaMore yini? Hayi inetwork yami mntanami. That's what I want. That's what I want. You need to own it. You know the experiences that we have when we're installing these Wi-Fi hotspots. Kuna hotspot lapha eKokstad. The young people, the youth, the lady that kept on switching it off. This thing is eating my electricity. So they kept on switching it off, Caleb. Right? The youth got together and went nicely, and they knocked. Sicela ukuthi usikhiphele ukuthi sizobiza umzansi to come and remove our hotspot from your house because you don't want to keep it on. This is our network. I stay across the road. They must move it and put it on this house because when you don't want to keep us connected together. We cannot be comfortable in a country where there is someone that can't even afford to buy bread for the day or a potato to boil or an egg to boil for the day. And yet you're having people that can just wake up in the morning and go buy Raptors or Rolls Royces and those things. Cannot be. We have to do this together. We have to do this together. Yabo gogo bam lapha. The reason why ngibathanda. My grannies are going to go to church. Ebefike esontweni bazofike bethi bazalwane egameni lenkosi. Amen. Hallelujah. Hayi uNkulunkulu is greater. Mkhulu uNkulunkulu. Lana usilethele makhosikazi sihlangene sinje usilethele ithuba lokuthi ingane zethu zikwazi ukuthi ziconnecte zifunde kahle bethu bezovakasha ngamaholide ake sithenge nawo ama-voucher ngithi nabo le network yethu eWayaMore nakho you see grannies it's a secret. That's a secret weapon, that one. All of us together. Panelists, as we go out, I want us to remember what I've said. And that's the discussion and the conversation that I want. And that is the answer that we're looking for. How do we connect our people to the digital economy together? Ne? Kanjani? Together. Right? Patisai, think lunch is ready. That's your job. The question is, how do we connect our people together? Local money is very critical. Eh? Local money. Asingayibukeli kudele. Local money. We must make local money. Everyone must have a share in this digital economy as we connect our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Press. I think it's lunchtime now. Onke umuntu uzodla. Ukudla kunenge. But again, what I will request is that these two beautiful ladies will stand there by the door. We'll ask our guests from PBI. I think it's this table, and that table. Except one in this table. It's not going that side. They will follow those ladies to where we're going to have lunch. Then when we get back from lunch, then the first panel takes place right here. And we talk, how can we solve the problem of connectivity in South Africa? Ninabanye, there will be a saving station outside. All of us, ongekathola ukudla then uza kimi straight but ngicela ungayi la ungabizwanga khona ningasiphoci bakithi inhlanhla zabantu azifani niyofika nani ngolinye usuku ngicela senze njalo ke we can singakhululeka it's lunch time thank you
I was hoping before I start, we're going to have sort of like an open session just to discuss our morning program. Everything that you've got from it, share insights. If you obviously have any questions that we should note down, if you have comments, if you have suggestions regarding everything that we've spoken about in our morning program, basically. But before we do that, I wanted my program director, because we've got new guests that just joined us. So I just wanted her to come and introduce everyone first before we have the open discussion. I don't know if she is ready. Okay, I think then we can skip. Oh, okay. So the minister is coming. We're going to ask that everyone please stands and then to welcome him.
thank you very much we are sorry there's slight change now. The minister is here, has graced this event, and we are very excited that in this event we've got a young minister who's got a lot of experience in the sector. He has contributed in this sector immensely. We know even in Parliament he did a lot in this sector, and we were excited when he was appointed because he is here where we are. You see, he knows our castles, he knows our rural areas, he knows everything. SMMEs and as ISPs, as business people. So he's here today. Without further ado, I would like to introduce Dr. Rolls. He will come here and just give a brief overview so that the minister can be on par with what was happening today. So I would like to take this opportunity and call upon Dr. Rolls. And from here, thank you, Mr. Rolls.
Once again, allow me to give a very warm and grateful welcome to Minister for gracing this event that we are here for over the next 2 days. Maybe just to give a brief overall, Honorable Minister, the people that are here today are the right people. We always talk about people on the right table making the wrong decisions for the right people. But for the first time, we're having an event where we've got the right people that are talking about the right things, and we're talking to the right people. And I'm glad that we've got one of our own that is here. So the people that are here, Minister, I want to start with my guest of honors, which is Ogog, because taking from the theme, good to leave no one behind, we felt that the digital economy cannot leave Ogogo bethu laba basikhulisa. So the grannies are here to understand what is this WayaMore and how do they become part of the value chain. And we have said as ANPs that are part of the BAF project, the SA Connect project, that we want to build networks for grannies. And those grannies are then going to be the ones that are going to be the distributors in the areas where they live. That's the first thing. The second lot of people that we have that we highly appreciate is the young people. We have people coming from Soweto, people coming from Alex, we have people coming from Chesterville, and these are not only people that are still going to be part of this economy, but it is people already that are part of the digital economy in the sense that they are building networks, they are reselling networks, they are already benefiting from the digital economy. Leave no one behind. Our access network providers that are here are part of the SA Connect project, they're part of the BAA project, and they have one goal in mind and just one thing, is to connect our people, is to connect our people. Now, Honorable Minister, what we defined connectivity to be and what we want connectivity to be is a person being able to afford to be connected to the internet, not just for the sake of being connected to the internet to go to Twitter or TikTok or anything, but to be part of the digital economy. And that value chain to us dictates or is our vision for a connected South Africa. People must be able to connect to the internet, and on top of it, they must be part of the digital economy. I would like, Honorable Minister, to invite you next year to an event of e-sporting, and we're going to have a category of Ogog competing in e-sporting. That is what we want to do, and that is where we want to go. We want to be able to start an Olympics that is going to be for e-sporting. And our finals ministers will be December next year. You know, when children are sitting at home and from next year, December, we want to be able to launch that e-sporting championship. That's what we want to do. We want to be able to go to schools. We want to be able to go to halls. We want Ogogo to call us to church, to have a program, Yomtom Dala and technology, where we are teaching them about robotics, where we are teaching them about AI, where we are teaching them everything, and obviously they will be there, Ngomam. On the next August 19 in Women's Month, we want a minister to come and open a symposium that is going to be talking about umama in a smart home. That is where the journey begins, and that is what we are here for. We want to connect our people to the digital economy. And we cannot make anything possible if connectivity is not there. In order for us to learn the new skills, in order for us to make all the technology to do what it's supposed to be, it has to be connected. And connection means that we can afford it. Connection means that it is broadband connectivity. It is fast enough. It's got low latency. It means that it's everywhere, anywhere, and for everyone. And without further ado, Honorable Minister, may I call CEO of Broadband Infraco. Broadband Infraco is very close to our hearts as ANPs. We believe in it. We believe in the mandate. We believe in what they are delivering. And we are hoping that the projects that have been given to them, Honorable Minister, is that they will not only end here, but they will expand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rolls. Thank you very much. and we also feel close to you as BBI, yourselves and the rest of the ISPs. My name is Gift Azowa. I'm the CEO of Broadband Infraco, as has been already introduced. I have the honor to introduce our Honorable Minister, Swali Malatsi, who is the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. I think all of you know him by now. If you have been anywhere close to some TVs and radios and so on, you would realize that he's an experienced communication specialist with a very illustrious career across different spheres of government, who has been addressing key matters of connectivity across the board. And the matter of connectivity, as the leader of DCDT, is very close to his heart. And as a matter of fact, even when we were coming here, he was asking, why are we coming to this grand, nice place? Aren't we supposed to be seeing the connectivity that has been done on the ground? But nevertheless, the planning sessions and everything that needs to go into it, it starts with us and it permeates the rest of the atmosphere. Minister Malatsi is a member of parliament who has served in various portfolios, including sports and recreation, human settlement, and communication. His leadership tenure in parliament includes holding previous roles, being the councillor to the leader of the official opposition, and a full term as the whip for the parliamentary caucus. His previous role in communications include as well being the spokesperson of the Western Cape, MEC of Transport and Public Works, and as well as Mayor of Cape Town. Prior to his appointment as Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, he served as the national spokesperson for the DA, and he holds a Bachelor of Administration degree from the University of Limpopo and an honors degree in political studies from the University of Wits, which all of us you know. Minister Malatsi has held several leadership roles within the DA, including provincial deputy chairperson in Limpopo, and he is an elected deputy federal chairperson, a role which he has served since 2023. Currently, all of you, as you know, he is our Minister of Digital Communications and Technologies, and he is taking the leadership role seriously. Within a few days of him being appointed, he was hitting the ground running, going into the various areas, going to Limpopo, going to KZN to check exactly what impact we are having. We are happy to have him here. We do have some of his entities that report to him. We've got USASA, we've got Centec, I think NEMISA, and so on, all of which work together to provide the end-to-end communication that is so important to provide meaningful digital divide destruction. So I would like everybody to clap your hands together in honor of Minister Malatsi as he comes to the podium.
I thought I was shorter than you, Gift. Sanbonani. Why not in surprise? Good afternoon. How are you? I'm very well. I wasn't told of who else is in the room, but I understand that there is the leadership of the PBICT, representatives of all the state-owned enterprises that are here, and all the entrepreneurs that are in the room. I'm very honored to be part of this discussion, because too many a time the engagements that we have are not with the direct role players that are at the forefront of executing this mandate that we talk about in terms of the digital aspirations of the country. And I like particularly what you said in terms of getting our senior citizens digitally active. Statistics will tell you that we've got over 45 million South Africans out of the population of an average of 60 million who are digitally active. But that is not meaningful digital activity, because a lot of those individuals that are digitally connected spend a lot of their time on social media. And that is not productive. You know, it's pleasurable, but it's not economically productive, because it doesn't produce any direct outcomes that makes our lives better. And my obsession as the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies is how do we get the 15 million South Africans who are currently not digitally active to be connected? But to be connected alone is not enough. It must be reliable and meaningful connectivity. That it doesn't matter whether you are right here in the city or say Lali, Nizalai, KwaZulu. It must have the same connectivity quality, so that way it's when people can contribute meaningfully to the digital economy that you're speaking about. Because quite frankly, there are a lot of services now that are accessible digitally or from our phones, whether it be banking services, e-commerce services, or even government services. There are those of them that are currently now available just with the click of a phone. But if you don't have a population that, one, has the devices that enable access to those connectivities, we are not going to have that high output of connectivity. And we know, and anyone in this field knows, that in order to be digitally active, you gotta remove those barriers. And what are those barriers? Some of them are infrastructural. There's limitations in terms of what broadband infrastructure can do to get people connected. And we are seeing that particularly in rural areas, that the telcos, regardless of the level of investment that they make, they will never be able to get 100% connectivity in rural areas, simply because it might not make commercial reasons to invest that level of infrastructure without that return. But this is where it's key in empowering SMMEs in this role to play a crucial role in that last mile connectivity, because that is where the highest of our population is. And my key thing is we are doing a lot of advocacy within government of looking at the affordability of smart devices. You are never going to get people to be transitioning into e-gaming if the devices are expensive. And devices is not just your mobile phone, it's also your tablets, including your laptops, because this is where even people younger than me are focused at. You're not going to have people behind the desktop permanently, because we want to consume digital activity from our pockets, within our fingertips. And that's where a lot of the focus that we are doing it. So we are having lots of discussions with Treasury about re-looking the classification of smart devices as luxury goods, because quite frankly, in this day and age, a smart device is not a luxury. Some of us can't live without it. Even the moment you are 5 minutes away from your phone, you feel like something has been taken away from. Whether that is for good reasons or others, it's not. Even if you can't see your phone in the presence of your partner, there are those that panic. They get it June, July, But the reality of the matter is we've become so attached to these things because they keep us connected to the world. They keep us up track with what is happening beyond where we are. And that's why it's so important for me, even with the SA Connect project, that as it's rolled out, SMMEs are crucial to that destination. And it's not just a box-ticking exercise. It shouldn't even be about a box-ticking exercise that, yes, we are black-owned businesses, yes, we are female-owned businesses, and yes, we are small businesses, therefore, we should be the choice of provider. It's because you have that capacity and you've got that direct access to the largest population that needs to be connected. So this is where government must be very instrumental in being direct about how do we accelerate the pace. We don't have the guarantee of time that we'll be here. The NDP says we must get South Africa to 100% digital connectivity by 2030. What keeps me awake at night is those 15 million South Africans. Some of them are already in reproduction phase. So that number is growing. Right? So we need to act with speed. But also it's about making sure that we encourage our young people and our elderly to be empowered with the tools to make use of this technology. It's quite expensive right now to ask people who are dependent on social grants to access services by spending money to go into the cities, to go to their closest shopping centers, when if they are fully empowered, they can access those services here. I mean, one of the sites that really, and I hope the Post Bank is not in here, one of the sites that really frustrate me are all these monthly queues that we see every month with our elderly people spending like 3 hours queuing to access funding that they could easily access from their phone. and be able to do those primary transactions, whether be it groceries or paying municipal bills in there. So we need to be much more proactive in making sure that when those facilities exist, that they are also reliable, because that is also where government fails, society. We create these outlets of services and people become attached to them, identify them as access points, but then one day, the system is offline, the system is down. I'm sick and tired of that phrase because it just shows the unreliability of what we are trying. We can't be encouraging people to be digitally active and then the infrastructure is not reliable. Because humans by their nature are always looking for the next opportunity. And that's why they will migrate into the next service provider or the next service outlet. And this is the biggest challenge that in a digitally active world, as government service providers we face. If we don't deliver the minimum standard, we are basically driving away people from relying on government, from doing the very basic essence into looking at the private sector. And we know there that costs are a factor, and not every South African can afford that. So my biggest thing is, and my biggest challenge, even to the SMMEs, is even with the level of economic activity you are having, there's got to be a bigger responsibility to the South African mission of getting people connected. And when you get these opportunities to be able to deliver, can we just deliver on time and deliver to the same standard? Because there is a misperception in society that if you offer opportunities to SMMEs, you are therefore compromising the quality. And that is not the case. A lot, even the most successful major businesses are built on the skills and the partnerships with SMMEs. But we must also confront those challenges where SMMEs are not rising to the occasion and challenge it. Because when government is not rising to the occasion, we get all the memos, Chairman. So we must also hold ourselves to a higher standard, because it can't be okay that, SMMEs and the business community does its job and government fails. And that government then suffocates your aspirations to be able to succeed. And the very same standard we demand of ourselves, we must demand of you. But the last point I want to make is, for everything in this sector to move, it requires collaboration. And that collaboration means that we must have the difficult conversations when it's the time to have those difficult conversations. We must demand accountability from each other. But most importantly, we must work together to make sure that we move South Africa forward in terms of getting people connected, getting our young people and our elderly with the right digital skills so that they are not vulnerable to crimes and scamming. It's heartbreaking to hear of young people, of old people who can't even track the level of transactional activities on their phones. And when they go either to the supermarkets or Postbank to access their social grants, they find that they've been wiped out. There is nothing, because they don't have the skills to be able to track when those transactions are happening and when those scammers are at their mercy. And lastly, for me, it's about how do we, from a policy perspective, make policies that empower SMMEs to thrive in this sector. Because SMMEs are at really the engine of economic activity in terms of, one, getting people connected, providing jobs at a local perspective, and also in terms of the sustainability of the sector. And I guess my biggest challenge is how do we work together on a not project by project basis, on a permanent basis to find solutions that can get South Africa to the level of digital activity that we need. That is the responsibility that we all have. Government has its own responsibility to make sure that it provides the infrastructure to get public facilities connected, that we support by creating opportunities to the business sector to be able to do that. The big telcos have a responsibility to make sure that through empowerment programs, those uplift the most vulnerable members of our society. And when we can do that, we can really make South Africa a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are late. Yeah, we are late, especially when you say it mustn't be project to project, but this relationship must be always, because we are here to give solutions to our people, and we need that support from government and as business as well, working together, we will achieve the results very soon. I think now we are going to move to our first panel. Our first panel, Zinzi, can you take us through? Our first panel should be ready, and then we start.
Thank you so much, Mpati Sai. So our first panel discussion will be on how do we connect our people to the digital economy together. Our coordinator is Mr. Simon Nchai, and it is with BBI, Centec, USASA, Myro, DCDT, MTN, Vodacom, Telkom, and Jump. If I can ask all the representatives of these to come forward, please. Yourselves individually, just starting from your end, Larry, right till the side, so that the people can know who's from where. Thank you.
My name is Larry Smith. I'm representing Jump. Jump is a tier 1 core provider. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for firstly having us here. So my name is Caleb. I'm the National Sales Manager for Miro Distribution. We are the distribution partner that has been facilitating the SA Connect rollout. And yeah, next to me, I've got one of my colleagues, which I'll hand over to.
Thanks, Caleb. Yeah, thank you. My name is Philip Skuman. I'm the head of product at Miro Distribution as well. I think Caleb summed up what Miro does, but we're pretty much a distribution arm to your wonderful incentive.
Good afternoon. I'm Tandiwe Hlatshwayo from Broadband Infraco. I'm the program manager for SA Connect Phase 2. I'm not used to such events. I prefer to be on the ground and installing Wi-Fi hotspots. But be it as it may, I'll be able to answer some of the questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Share the sentiments. Thanks again for the opportunity. My name is Zamoguhle Mdluli. Some might know me as Zama. I work for Vodacom. I am part of the sales team, and I work predominantly in the partner channel. So what that entails is basically, giving access to a group like us who are trying to make sure that we make technology accessible. So please, colleagues, if you want to ask me about towers, I'm not here for that today.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Honorable Minister. My name is Frank Mnisi. I'm the acting COO at Centec. Centec is also a participant within the SA Connect project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Minister. My name is Angelique Matzmela, and I'm from USASA, which stands for the Universal Service Access Agency of South Africa. And we are also part of the SA Connect project. We provide broadband access. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now that our panelists have introduced themselves, here we have over 20 ANPs, and each and every one of you have got a role that you play or you can play. So I will start with Vodacom. Zama, here we are. We're sitting here. We have this mammoth task to connect our people. You've got infrastructure all over the country. What can you do to assist us as Vodacom?
Thanks, Mpati. Colleagues, I think, as mentioned, my focus within my portfolio is to look for partners. What that entails is that, there's a lot of us in this room that are wanting to play a part in connecting SA. There's a lot of SMEs that are not having access to all the technology that is available. We hear the big words, IoT, SD-WAN, this and that, and everyone has to start somewhere. And in our communities, we're looking for those people who are wanting to start those businesses, who are wanting to provide access. It might not necessarily be the off-the-shelf products that we have, but I always challenge you, colleagues, that, when you want connectivity, pick up your hand, drop us that location, let us do our feasibilities, see what we can do. For those who are still new in the game, they're always looking for opportunity to see, how do we run the business? How do I make sure that I'm sustainable? What are other service providers doing out there? We've got a lot of WIS that have been in the business for quite a long time. And, part of the partner management is for us to also share the knowledge of those that have been in the game longer. So in terms of connectivity, in terms of backhaul, challenge us, give us a location, let us see how we can assist you. We're here to back you up.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vodacom. If you have a question while we're discussing, just note it. You'll get an opportunity. Though it's not going to be, we're not going to take so many questions, but yes, I will open the floor for one or two questions to all of them. Let's come to Centec. You know the challenges that we have with the deployment that is currently happening. And how far are you in making sure that all the red tapes that are there, so that the rapid deployment of the project and our people get connected?
Yeah, thank you. That is a very difficult question, but we'll try and distill things. Look, I believe we're making very steady progress. However, there are key challenges, I think, that we need to acknowledge along the way. In most of the areas where we are deploying, there is very limited infrastructure, very limited access to stable power, and also, just to touch on what the Honorable Minister said earlier on, it is quite important that, all the stakeholders within the project are fully aligned. And one of the major challenges that we really see is around vandalism of the, solutions that we deploy. And it is our view that in order to complete the value chain, we need to take into cognizance the importance of educating our communities so that there is a level of understanding that the infrastructure that is deployed is for the communities. You know, it's not Centex infrastructure, but it's infrastructure that will enable the communities to be included in the digital domain and to, you know, pretty much open up avenues that will ensure that they are participants in the, you know, digital economy. So those challenges, I think, yeah, there are ways and means that we are putting together to ensure that, you know, we can get to a point where we really run as fast as humanly possible in terms of deploying infrastructure and achieving the objectives of bridging the digital divide.
Yeah, maybe before you hand over the mic, Mvuleni, one thing that we have picked up on the ground is that we don't educate our people about this project, and the failure to educate our communities. Ukuthi lento le eyenu. And this, we must protect it. I'm touched by the vandalism part in your answer. So how is that set up within your structures of making people aware of what you are doing? Unlike they see us bombing them and asking for access in their houses, they don't know where this thing is coming, because as SMMEs, there's a level where we can talk to the people, but there's a level where we need assistance as well to be able to educate even those we have been connected, because if we connect with the pace that we are connecting, we will connect 3 houses here and other 7 houses, they need connectivity. Then they come and destroy these 3 because they say, Alento lena yabo dlamini nabo zwane kuphela. Then what about us? How do you deal with that?
Yeah, so one of the approaches that we are taking is to ensure that, you know, we work with the community leaders, be it councillors, be it chiefs, be it other, you know, representatives, so that in the main we have a clear stakeholder value chain that will ensure that, you know, everyone is brought on board in terms of what needs to happen in the communities. And as I did touch on the aspect of education, it's very key. Currently we don't have, you know, a concerted approach to it, but I think this is something that I see as an opportunity that we will potentially have to have a clear program that would define exactly at what level we are intervening, and also how do we then assist the communities, leading to what the minister touched on earlier in terms of digital literacy. Because remember, we're deploying these broadband services not for people just to be on the internet, but for people to derive value that could be, you know, gotten out of the internet, and you know, leading to a level where there is economic activity. You know, we want that little spaza shop in that, you know, corner of the country to be able to transact through, you know, broadband services and derive the same efficiencies that I would derive if I'm in, you know, in Durban in the metro. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's come to you, Tandiwe. You've made a lot of millionaires in a short space of time, eh? But there are challenges there, Tandiwe, from the PBI perspective. We've written emails, you know, with a lot of challenges that we are having as SMMEs, and at times, I must say, we get those response. But we feel there's somewhere where we feel when we were constructing the whole commercial model of the project, proper consultation has not been done with us on the ground, and then we get to have that problem where, as SMMEs, we are expected in the next 3 months to be making profit. And Zama is sitting next to you. I think we are paying him a 100,000 bill every month, the backhaul and all that. We're not getting backhaul from PBI. What is the status quo of providing the backhaul from the PBI POPs? Because we have them all over, but it's difficult for us to get access to them and those towers.
This is on, right? Okay. I think apologies if we are not getting responses from us, but we are really working on the ground. I must say that we've already received our transmission equipment, which is worth millions and millions of rands, which we'll be able to utilize in our POPs to upgrade. We've also have equipment from the IP, which will also assist us in upgrading our POPs. Then it will enable us to get the backhaul that will properly work for our service providers. But KwaZulu-Natal, we shouldn't have a big problem. We've already upgraded almost 13 of the POPs, so we should start getting that backhaul. I just want to emphasize something, comrades and colleagues, that we need to make sure we get backhaul from BBI, because that's the only way we can see the fruitfulness of SA Connect. If we don't do that, then we won't get more millionaires, and I hope I'll be one of them, Chair. But we are not there, and that's what we need to do. And we need to make sure that in sittings of this nature, we then discuss challenges. You will remember that our important stakeholder is the community in segment 4 and 3. That we need to make sure they are included in this digital economy. When we are not able to reach out and close the gap, let us engage, let us talk in such forums so that we are able to put all the intelligence together and we make SA Connect a success, not for us, not only for millionaires, but for serving the underserved and the rural community. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Myro. Myro, how can we short circuit the process of getting equipment faster? Because this SA Connect project, they're sitting in our neck, they want numbers in hundreds and thousands, as Tandiwe was saying. Regardless, she doesn't give us the backhaul. But anyway, we need the equipment. We've got the temporal deployment backhaul that we are using, Vodacom was saying, we've got that temporal one where we need to deploy rapidly. So how can you assist us there?
Yeah, so, Mirror Distribution as a partner, and I think, Dr. Rolls and the Honorable Minister spoke about collaboration. And that's why we're very happy to be here today in the room full of SMEs. Our goal to support the rapid deployment of these Wi-Fi APs and to connect people involves, getting all of the SMEs in the room firstly registered with us. And our goal is to try to streamline it to the point where we can get bulk purchase orders in. That will give us the buying power and the ability to negotiate with suppliers to drive the cost down. I think a very important factor is, to get these, cost to R5 per day and to support this initiative is to get the hardware equipment as low as possible as well. So by getting that upfront, we'd be able to negotiate with suppliers, hold, and obviously bring in the stock. And we also have a very advanced management system that we make use of that can also support all of the partners. We call it the Mirror Warehouse Management System. And what we'd be able to do is essentially bring in all of the stock. And because of the size, we have a national footprint around the country. So we've got branches in Johannesburg, Nelspruit, Cape Town, and here in KZN. And we'd be able to facilitate and set up, just for the stakeholders to pull stock as needed, when needed, to support this deployment. So that's how we would like to streamline things and support this.
Thank you very much. I can hand over to Larry. Larry, what are the key challenges that your fellow colleagues here at the NPs are facing on a daily basis on the ground when connecting people?
Thank you, Mpate. One of them is the backhaul. They've got access to the communities. They've got access to Myro for stock. They've got access to us for advice. And when they get to the town, the first thing, how do we connect our network? Where do we go from here? So that's the biggest one. The second biggest one, the towers inside BBI's yard, or you are inside their yard. some of us struggle for months on paperwork. They give us 6, 7 pages to fill in, and it takes 8 months. But the project is not going forward on that regard. Access to stock, we are working well on that. I think we're making a move, we're making big moves with Myro. And also the type of stock to use, what's available. I think that they sometimes just grab for anything, and it will hinder the quality of the network, because they will use any product just to get that purchase order finished. So that's one of the challenges. At least Vodacom came to our rescue with some custom-made designs on the backhaul, what we can use. What other challenges can I?
Now, for now, I think we can pause just there, Larry. Yeah, we can hand over the mic now to you, Sasa. Yeah, we will come to you. Let's go to you, Sasa, first. Okay.
Colleagues, I think just to support my colleague here next to me, something was mentioned earlier on, and I think we need to really collaborate, right? When we're discussing backhaul, I mean, we are all in different provinces, different towns, etc. But we need to start planning and moving together, right? Because as much as my organization might be bigger than others, but you know, I also rely on numbers, because the moment I drop that backhaul, I need to, you know, start showing some return on investment. Likewise, it will apply, the focusing would apply to Myro, the focusing would apply to, it applies to all of us. So if we all come together and we say that, you know what, we are targeting a certain area and we need to have it done, just that planning, it can really change a lot in terms of access. We cannot give everyone access to all our big assets because of the vandalism that has been noted. Security is tight for a reason and for our protection, right? But if we have a focus and we have a plan and we know where we're all going, it's easy for all of us to join hands and know how many SMEs are we supporting, how much backhaul do we actually need, and we can all plan for that. So I think just to address some of the issues, can we come together with a plan and say that, you know what, in the next few months, perhaps let's move in one direction, and I think that will change quite a lot and we'll do more in a short space of time. So excuse for interjecting, in fact.
You don't do that again. Okay, yeah, Yusasa, what's your take on assisting, in focusing on building the infrastructure for, on funding the building of the infrastructure for SA Connect project?
So from a USASA perspective, our mandate obviously is to ensure that there's universal access, and we run the Universal Service Access Fund. So ours is to make sure that we go to Treasury and motivate and get those required funds. We also need to make sure that those funds go to the right project, and therefore we are very passionate about the broadband access project. I think historically, when we funded some of these projects, we found that the duration of the funding is very limited. So we would fund for 2 years. And after 2 years, those networks and infrastructure becomes white elephant. And so what we are now, the conversations we are having with USASA is to say, first of all, who came up with the 2-year subsidy period? Is there room for us to extend it for a further period? But also it cannot be extended into infinity. So we then need to look at how do we, once the subsidy period has lapsed, how do we commercialize those networks? And that requires us to have early discussions with key stakeholders in the provinces, engaging the premier's offices, engaging the district offices and the municipalities. At some point, these networks need to be owned by the people that are using it and by the provinces and the leadership in those provinces that utilizing on a day-to-day basis. So we are not an open-ended fund. We are there to close an access gap, but for a specific period. But internally, we're looking to say, can we then extend that period? Thanks, Chair.
I think we need to clap hands for that. Okay, I think I will need a runner who will run with this mic. I will only take, let me say, 3 questions while the minister is still here, and he will be a runner. I think I'll have to come up here. Is this mic on? 1, 2. Can you switch this one on? Any question to any of the panelists here? I'll only take 3 questions. I don't see a hand, that means we are covered. Oh, 2.
No, thanks, Mphathi.
You introduce yourself, the name of your company, the province you're coming from.
Mdu Nkambule from Lucien Hardy Trading from Free State in Mangaung. I'm one of the SMMEs who got lucky with PBI. But as you know, as a small guys, we do have challenges. I see Comrade Larry is limiting some of them, but he's trying to be nice. We were requested to deploy, at first it was 300, then it developed to 150.
Is that a question?
Yes,
I've asked for questions.
I'm just laying out in part. But our challenges now, you are allocated in Lijoli Putswa. I'm making an example. You are allocated in Lijoli Putswa in Free State, but you have 5 hotspots in Kharipi. Now, I'm just asking from PBI, so that to fast track these hotspots, get something in, get money out, so that you'll go back and try to work in Kharipi where you are deployed. Will PBI be able to bend over and allow me to submit in these 5 hotspots that I have in Kharipi, and then I get something there in Kharipi because I have a network in Kharipi, and then use that something to go and continue in Lijoli Putswa? It's 350 kilometers apart. That's my question, PBI. Thanks.
Okay, PBI, have you noted that? Is there any other question? Amen. Oh, there's one question here in the front.
No, thank you very much, Mphathi. Panelists, this is the thing, no? What we are doing is good, Frank. Right, Frank, it's good. Right, here's the challenge. You've got SA Connect deploying hotspots. You've got Centec coming, deploying hotspots. You've got USASA coming to deploy hotspots. Like the Honorable Minister said, this thing must be permanent, which means it must be sustainable. Now, where you're deploying hotspots, you find the municipality providing free Wi-Fi. You find USASA providing free Wi-Fi. It becomes a problem. Is it not better that we have BBI and Centec deploying hotspots? You focus on building the gigabit mesh network. You then have USASA focusing on funding the building of backhaul to the BBI POP. And then you have BAF focusing on connecting to the house. Now, that's the problem that we're having, because we're all doing the same thing in the same place over and over. We need to have that synergy. And then to Miro, once you get a purchase order, he has a purchase order. From purchase order to deploying the hotspot, there's a lag which is not necessary. Is it not possible that once you have a purchase order, you cede over the amount of the equipment? BBI cedes that over and pays Mero. In that way, we get the equipment faster, we get to deploy faster, and as the minister was saying, that the digital economy is moving too fast, and we must move in the same speed. Now, to the panelists, is that not something that will work? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think BBI will answer the question that Ndu asked. And then on the second one, I would like everyone in the panel to say something.
Should I start? Yes. Okay. I'm not sure how Comrade Mdu missed that one, because I do have tons of service providers who write to us requesting either a change of district or a movement in terms of where they need to deploy. It's an easy answer, Comrade, write to us so that we are able to also feed into our procurement process. But I want us to be very careful of not moving towards the urban, because the key to SA Connect is to build to the segment 3s and 4s, especially onto the segment 4. So we do consider those letters, but we read them carefully so that we make sure that we don't compromise under the other districts, especially the districts that are in the rural. I know some of the SMMEs here are very smart. They want to move to towns and semi-urban, but we still want to connect the rurals. I'm from the rural areas, and I will always advocate for segment 4 to make sure that we cover them, because the key to this project is to bridge the digital divide. But write to us, a Comrade will consider. I do have a GMS, CMEs here. We send those letters to his department for consideration.
Okay, Dr. Rolls, thank you. I think you've touched on a very key and important aspect of SA Connect. So SA Connect was founded on you know, a few principles, and you know, two of the important principles is A, to avoid duplication of infrastructure, and secondly, to ensure sustainability of the networks that are being deployed. And this is our approach to implementation. So in instances where we do find that there may be municipal networks, very limited, I must say, what we do is we then engage you know, the municipalities to try and understand how best we can collaborate, really, because remember, the essence is to go out there, and where I find that there is potentially a backhaul that you know, perhaps BBI does not have to build, we then find those ways to ensure that we can collaborate with those stakeholders, and purely because the aim is to ensure that we you know, the deployment is sustainable. So if you are going to go out there and duplicate infrastructure, the cost of deployment will just go up. But just to acknowledge what you said, and yes, we do find those instances where, you know, there is some networks. You know, the beauty with SA Connect again is that you're coming in at a low base, so that tends to be the selling point, you know, the selling proposition, because access is on a 5 rand basis per day, unlimited. And from those engagements, so far we've been able to unlock some of the difficulties that ordinarily one will find themselves in. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. I think you've covered me on the duplication aspect. From a USASA perspective, our focus is on connecting schools and clinics. So that's our primary mandate. The hotspots that we are deploying are also around public access places, so the likes of libraries. So we are not too focused on hotspot, but around connectivity in schools and clinics, and hotspots around libraries. But what we also do is that, especially when we have our stakeholder engagements with the province and the local municipalities, is to ascertain what is there, so that we avoid duplications. But I do believe that concerted effort can be made amongst the SOEs to ensure that there is more a collaborative approach in deploying SA Connect, and that's a point that we really do take to heart. We are also limited by our mandate and the Act, Electronics Communications Act, in terms of what we can and cannot do, and what we can fund and cannot fund. Would love to fund backhauls, but we specifically deal with beneficiaries and ensuring that the man on the street has access. And so, again, it's something that we can talk about. Thank you.
Okay, from my side, in terms of answering Dr. Rolls' question in terms of receiving a PO and seeing if we can get the stock to you quicker, I think my colleague Caleb can probably elaborate on that from a sales perspective. But from my side, on a product management role and dealing with our suppliers, your initiative has got suppliers on a global scale sitting up and taking note of your project. And we as Miro deal with people that share our vision, and anyone that's ever dealt with us would have known that our slogan is empowering you to connect communities. It's a passion of ours, and we find the suppliers that shares our passion. And you're working with a supplier such as Grandstream, who's on a weekly basis on a phone call with us and asking about your project and how things are going. And yes, it's about working with him to find the answers on how we can speed things up for you. So absolutely, we need to talk about that. Let's see how we can do that.
Yeah, I think BBI need, okay, when after you.
Sure. Yeah, so I think, short answer in terms of, lowering that lag between, getting a PO and obviously getting stock, we can definitely mitigate that. So right now, sometimes the process is that we obviously go through CIFA. CIFA does funding. If BBI could pay Miro directly, when there's a PO generated, we can, mitigate that lag by, ordering stock with our suppliers, bringing it in, and then having it readily available for the SMEs to deploy. And I think that's what we're working towards. I think this panel is a great discussion, but I think in order to move forward, we're going to have conversations outside of this when we're done and share contact details so that we can keep the communication going after today. And I think, by fostering those connections, we can work together, we can collaborate, so that it doesn't just, stop here, and it doesn't stop today. It's something that's sustainable and that keeps on going, not just for these projects, but, projects in the future. So yeah.
I don't think that question.
Yeah, I share your sentiments, Larry. I think give it to BBI. They need to tell us if it's viable, that we avoid the duplication. Like it or not, the duplication is there. Because if I have a PO from Centec and from BBI, and my temporary backhaul, it's in this location, it's not easy for me to take it to another one. I will just jump 4 or 5 streets and build for BBI, jump 2 streets, build for then come the commercialization time. That's when the problem starts. Now I need to commercialize. I need to get more people to BBI, what you call hotspot. I need to get more people to Centex. Then it's a clash. It's like we are now having that tug of war. And it's caused by the backhaul. Because if the backhaul from the BBI pops is there, it's easy for us to go everywhere because we have the KMZ. We know where they are. Then we can avoid that. But the reason we are building like a clump in the same place, it's because of we can't afford to go and start temporal. If I have the temporal one here, I want to maximize this. If I maximize it. So I think this one is a serious one that you need to collaborate on. And again, using the infrastructure. We struggled in Witbank. We are building an infrastructure there. We were with press for 2 weeks. There's a Centec tower, there's a BBI tower. Yeah, the processes are something else. So where we can, but we had to rent buildings and pay more money because we want to connect the people. So please, on this one, go deeper. Just for 5 minutes, then we need to wrap up. Thank you.
Yes, no, we definitely hear you, and we are here for that, so that we can hear each other and probably go back to some form of a drawing book and see how we can be able to collaborate. Also, we will share our upgrades plans with yourselves. We are starting in the Northern Ring. We've already started in the ring that covers the KwaZulu-Natal, Durban, and so forth. We also going to cover the Gauteng ring as our priority links that we need to make sure that we upgrade in terms of POPs. That means then we will start getting the backhaul ready for us to start deploying in massive numbers. What I didn't hear though, Chair, which I will throw the ball back at you, is how are you going to make sure that the numbers go up? We are almost 18 months away from finishing the purchase orders. And I have not heard some of your ANPs committing to me while I'm in the panel to say by the end of this session, we will have Uku done. I don't know if there's someone from Uku here.
Yeah.
Because we have not deployed in Uku, comrades. And let's go back and be strategic in those things, you know. I do have answers, but I also want you to answer me by when will you finish your allocation? As a chair as well, you have not finished. And some of you are here. Let's get to that, comrades, so that we all work together.
Yes.
We will sort out backhaul. My CE is here. The CTO is over there. We are committing. We've already bought the equipment. The equipment is going to be deployed in massive. We don't have Christmas. We don't have New Year. But let's make sure that we get all the POPs ready. But also do your part, comrade. Let's close this project and start a new phase, if there is a new phase that's going to come. Thank you.
Thank you, before you come in, Bulen, it's true that we haven't finished. That's the reason we are saying we're going to an extra mile to rent spaces from building. We're spending more than we're supposed to spend. So I'm happy if we talk like this, because ours, as the SMMEs here, Honorable Minister, we've got what we call Operation Bo, where the installers from each and every company comes together. We go to Free State, all of us, with all our cars and our equipments and our everything. And then we go and do 100 for Larry, and then they come to me, they do 100 to me. That's Operation Bo. But that Operation Bo, we tried it. We started in Alexandra, if I'm not mistaken. The failure is the backhaul. We are there, all the cars are there. We can show you pictures, everything is there. But the backhaul. So, but there are POPs there. So I think we share the same sentiments, and I'm happy we're having this conversation in this manner, because Tina, we can guarantee you now, we can do 1,000 in a month with our Operation Board. We've got the resources. Myro has got stock for us. I think they are keeping 100 units for me only, and other SMMEs. No, I've paid for it. I give you head, they've got the storage. So you can buy and you keep the stock there. You take it as in when you need it. I don't want it to sound it otherwise, but I've paid. Sifa paid for me, again. Yeah, you've got my stock. So I think the minister wants to leave. Can we wrap up with Centec? Then there's something they've requested us to do quickly before the minister leaves.
Yeah, I think maybe just to acknowledge that my colleague has really covered it very well. What I can add, and as a reminder, is that, you know, it's a two-way street. You mentioned the you know, an aspect where you would go three streets away and deploy. You know, I don't think it's fair to say that, because we rely on the SMMEs because they are on the ground. They see the infrastructure, you know, more closely than us. And what we expect is that two-way engagement, where you come up and say, you know what, actually, why are you deploying here? Because 2 streets away, there is already some infrastructure that is there. How best can we unlock that infrastructure? Because at the end of the day, it speaks to the whole sustainability of us being able to efficiently, and also from what she mentioned, speed of execution. You know, why do we delay when 4 streets away there is infrastructure that we can use? So that aspect, I think, for us is very key, you know, where we collaborate and unlock some of these hurdles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the minister needs to leave. We will pause the panel for now. Yeah, but there's a request. Can we continue with the panel, because all the panelists will be here and do what we need to do now. I'm pressed. Ubaba Mfundisi has got something to say, and I'm asking that let's continue after this.
Can you maybe
I am Undumiso from PBICT. I'm one of the ANPs. I am located in Mzinyati in deep rural area. So Starlink is here to assist us to connect those people abalapa emakaya ogogo laba abanga connectiwe abafana no treasurer wethu lapha nababonke abantu abanganayo access. So what we are requesting with whatever policies and everything that is needed to finalize Starlink ukuthi assist thina ama NPs speed up, we really request that. That's all mphathi ngiyabonga.
Yeah. Quickly, panelists will be back just soon. Larry, they just need us.
Okay, here we go. Can you all look here, please? I so much. I can't so much. Yeah, look here. Yeah, go back here. Couple. Can you? I can't see green. Take a picture. Take one out. The minister Thank you. Last one, here we go. Thank you.
members here from the panel. I think Mr. Mvuleni, you were on the platform. Sorry about that. Yeah.
I think I did conclude just a bit of a recap. You know, emphasis must be on collaboration, and we should not only focus on chasing you know, short-term money-making approaches. I mean, you've heard from the minister, we want this SA Connect to succeed, meaning it must outlive us pretty much. And if we take that approach, you know, we believe that we will all succeed. That's the essence of it. You know, the communities will succeed. Us as SOCs that are tasked with developing this platform will also succeed, and the SMMEs, you know, as part of the value chain will also succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are covered, and Mr. Mvuleni, we need more sittings like this, where we engage with, especially dealing with the problems and the challenges that we are facing. On email, sometimes you can't articulate them as they happen. But high level, I think we need these engagements because they will help us. It's in our best interest to have a network that is a quality network, that is operational. We don't want to build white elephant because Tina, it's our business. It's what we live for. It's our everyday life. We are not here because of the POs. Even after the POs, even if they say SA Connect shuts down today, we will still continue building. So I think we share the same sentiments. But we have to say what we are doing because of the circumstances so that you see the criticality of it, to say you need to solve this problem of working together. You see, like I'm saying, I've got 2 towers, I see a Centec tower and what you call, and you start the process, but you go pillar to post. And because we want to rapidly deploy, that's why we say we end up spending even more money to make sure we deploy and submit the numbers. And Sistandi, where you will get your numbers, I think from here, now you will go to your technical guys, because the other thing is that we will request that follow us where you have given us. Because if you say you're going to do Gauteng, you're going to go to Gauteng and do 10 POPs, and you find that 8 of them are useless. But I need POPs, Mina, in the Free State. I need POPs in Eastern Cape. You see, so your deployment strategy, I think we need to be in sync where you're going to upgrade those POPs. You see, like I'm saying, in Witbank, if we can put them today, we've got about 6,000 houses that we need to connect in that area only. So, exactly, you see. We've got 6,000. I think we took how many lines last night? 20 lines or something to that area. And it's very expensive for us, but we are doing it. So I think that as well, that will be my contribution. That being said, can I please give you, each one of you, 1 minute to say your closing remarks? Thank you. A minute each.
1, 2. No, thank you, Mpati. From outside, these guys actually thrown me under the bus. I'm actually sitting from that side. I can't be here. But what I'm representing here, Jump, is 3 SMMEs that came together and built a tier 1 network to support the other SMMEs and ANPs on any project, whether it be USASA, whether it be SA Connect. So we pay the school fees for them to get the relationships with all the stakeholders, even with the Myros. We talk years and years. I've been in this game for decades, so the BBI POPs, how to access them, what to put in that POPs. We've been building interacos. We've got international relationships on traffic. That's how big we are as Jump. So all the SMMEs in the room, they can come to us and advise, backhaul, deployment, even distribution networks, even the products that we buy from Myro, it comes from us. So we do the testing, we do everything like that. And it's open network for all of them. It's an open access network. So I just wanted to part with that.
Yeah, I think thanks for that. From my side, I just wanted to mention that, you know, Miro is more than just a hardware distributor. We are a partner. This has been a long time coming. I think, Dr. Old mentioned that this started in 2018. And since then, there's been lots of hardware that's been tested and trialed before we've ended up with a model that now works. So we don't just provide the hardware, but we also provide training and support for our customers as well. So I just want to close in saying that, if you haven't engaged with us yet, myself and Philip are available. We will be here today and tomorrow. You guys are welcome to pop by and just get our information so that we can keep in contact going forward.
From a product side at Miro, you mentioned R2.50 a day. That got me sweating in this weather. But from Miro, we would like to work towards that. And with our supplier support, I think we can definitely get to that point.
I think from BBI, we spoke about collaboration and working together. I think next week we do have an ICT Indaba or conference organized on the 18th. I hope everyone here has received an invite so that we get into that round table and start discussions and we come up with solutions from there. So we will share our plans in that Indaba. We'll share the plans. You can also see where we're heading to, and we will then work together from that direction. And I hope it's not just for that month or not for November, but we continue having these engagements so that we don't walk in different directions in trying to bridge this digital divide.
Thanks again, colleagues, Sympathy, for the invite. All right. I think that coming from Vodacom, the first thing that I would like to leave you with is that we are not arrogant in saying that we are covering every corner. There are going to be some blind spots. We rely on our patriots, we rely on our SME, we rely on these kind of forums for us to know where exactly are we needed so that we can make sure that we close those gaps. In addition, I would like to say that, solutions are created by needs, and those needs are sitting with our people there, but it takes all of it to actually create solutions. So again, I'm picking up my hand and I'm saying that if you need me, call me. If I'm not even going to ask you for an address. We work in the most rural places. Drop that location, let's have a look at it and see what is available. And wherever we are also not able to service some of our customers, it would be lovely to start collaborating and see what else can be passed back to our SMEs.
Thank you. And thank you, Mpati. I think in closing, from a Centec perspective, I'd like to communicate that we are committed to making sure that this works. And it is very important to note that we cannot do it by ourselves. And hence, we require all stakeholders, to show the same commitment, because at the end of the day, we are just not rolling out networks. We are making a difference in the lives of our people, and it's up to each and every one of us sitting here to contribute in some way so that this becomes a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mpati, and thank you to my panelists for such an informed engagement. I think in closing, from a USASA perspective, is that we are also looking internally to say we just don't want to be a fund that is just dishing out cash, not that we have a lot of it. But we want to make sure that there is sustainability, so that is key in our discussions. We have also really put focus and resources around monitoring and evaluation. So we have teams on the grounds that really go and check. So before we can even pay BBI, who then pays you, we have to satisfy ourselves that the installations that are there, they meet the SA Connect standards, first of all, that the speed is performing at an SA Connect level, but more importantly is the workmanship. So there is, for us, we want to see people connecting, but the quality of your installation right? And the safety thereof. In some instances, you go, you find cables, especially in schools, the cables are running along with kettles that are plugged for boiling water and heaters and things like that. So that is also a hazard for the school. So I would urge that as you do those installations, do pay attention to the quality of your workmanship. The other issue that we're grappling with in USASA is quantity versus quality. Do we want to go far and spread wide, or do you want to contain and give a quality service and increase the speed beyond the 10 megabit? So those are the discussions that we are having internally. We want to make sure that our people get a quality service, not just the bare minimum of a 10 megabit. I'm not saying it will be increased. I'm saying those are the discussions that we are having. We've also resuscitated our research unit to continuously conduct research to say, where do we go? Which other underserviced areas are there backed by research? And so I'm saying there's always a need. I think there'll be other phases, hopefully, but we need to prove with this phase that it can be done. Thank you.
Other phases. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think this is the end of this panel. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my panelists as they go back to their seats. And can we clap hands for them? Yeah, thank you very much. As they have said, the next panelists are preparing themselves. I will ask Dr. Roll to come here, our president, and address us. Then the next panelists, they know themselves as they are preparing themselves. They can start moving while he's talking and take their seats. Thank you. Come on, take the seat. Hey, come and do what you want, hotspot. Come sit here. Come. Umfundisi. Ufo wise. Come, Chief. Come, Zinzi. Chair. Particide. Your panelist there, Chief. Find the chair. Young lion. Sit there. So it. The big panelist here, yeah. Hey, we like doing things unconventional, ne? I shall alarm party family. The Bambi Mike. Okay. There are no Vuyu. Why are you sitting there? Come. See, make the circle bigger. Now, Gloria, this panel is for you, and Desiree, and for Peter there. You see these people here, the people that we see here today, these people have networks. These people are the people that have the passion for connecting. Now, Gloria, in the next 3 months, we're going to have the same event. My grannies are going to be sitting here, and they'll be talking about networking. Right? Now, this thing is not easy, but it is exciting. It is exciting. It is absolutely exciting. There is no better feeling that you will get knowing that you have done something more than these people that are sitting here. Hey, Tabang, can see you there, bro. You're hiding. Come up. Come up, my chief. It's all right.
Now, Sam, your role is a very simple one. Ne? Your role is a very simple one. There are people here that are still going to travel this journey. There are people here that have already traveled this journey. And there are people that feel this thing, this is an easy thing. Now, Gloria, when we attended the tender briefing for SA Connect, there was 180 of us. So from our 2,000 plus SMMEs, there was 180 of us. Responding, the process when we were responding, we used to have our own briefing sessions and we used to meet daily. We started from 80 of us. When we submitted, it was close to 45 of us. Appointed is about 40 of us. We appreciate that from PBI. Now, there are some that are sitting with purchase orders, but the journey has too many thorns. There's too many bumps on the road. When the going gets tough, the tough get going. These are the tough ones. Sam, why do they keep doing this over and over? These people have scars. They fell off ladders. They've lost money, but they're still doing it. So Sam, the house here wants to hear from these voices. These are the voices, these are the people that you'll never see in panels. People like inviting people like me in panels. I know nothing, I talk a lot, trust me. Me, I talk a lot. Right? I know nothing. But the people, Sam, that are getting their hands burnt are these people. We just want you to hear from your people. You brought us here, Sam. You've coordinated us from day one. By the way, people think that I coordinated these SMMEs. I did not. It's you. And you're still coordinating them now. So Sam, we want to know, what is the journey like? What has been their journey? What are their pains? What are their joys? How can they help them? Claudia wants to know. Peter wants to know. How can I help you? Caleb wants to know. How can I help you? And the grannies there, the other people at the back want to know, how can we be part of this? Is this thing worth it? From these people. Sam, they're yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Press. Yeah, I think they are all here, and I think it would be best to hear from them themselves since they are here. So I will have to start by hearing from everyone. Maybe from you, Patsai. What has been your best experience so far? So I think we'll pass the question all the way across. So your best experience so far with deploying this network?
Yeah, it's a tough one. Because in the company, I'm responsible more for making sure that we connect. I run the operations. So I spent a lot of money paying Vodacom with links that they don't work. A lot of money. And I've paid MTN a lot of money. We had a product with MTN. I'm happy. I wish they see this video. We had a product with them that was helping us to quickly deploy. And we commercialized that product. I think per month we were paying them close to 400,000 rands, 360 something thousand a month on that product. But that product was making us a lot of money. We found a commercial model and we shared it with Free State, we shared it with KZN. We were making money. That's why when you gave us POs, we managed to start deploying immediately. But what happened is, that's the sad experience. that we had. They woke up one day, shut down all the lines. I think we had about 172 lines. All of them shut down. No email, no nothing. Shut down just like that. Then I had to account for that. All the sites were down. KZN sites everywhere. Because like I said, Tina, for us, it's not about claiming and getting that money. For us, we are building, this is our life. So yeah, maybe without being long, what I'm saying, the experience that we had to burn our fingers. We had to go through all those things where you say, now I've got it. Now I can relax. Now I can start thinking of building the back hall, because that's when we were also busy with JUMP, building the back hall, making sure that our sisters and brothers don't pay the school fees that we have paid, and that happens. And then Vodacom came in to our rescue. They tried, we're in a trial time as well. Today it's working, tomorrow it's not working. The next day is not working. Paul is coming with his people to verify these things is down. They have to go back and come back another day. But up until at least we found something that works with Vodacom for now. Those were experiences that I can share.
Okay, thank you, Mpatsai. Although I was looking for the best one, but you did turn it around.
All right. No, thank you very much. Greetings to the House at large, all our guests that are here. I'm going to try and be short. We'll come to challenges and all. So that's going to be a longer session. But best experiences, I think for us, not only the empowerment factor of it, but for the first time, some of us saw real and tangible things happening in our businesses. Some of us didn't study for this. We were brought in by PBICT and these crazy technicians that tell you this thing can work. You ask them how, Larry. It can work, I'll show you. Just listen to me. So that's what you get. When we developed this concept, we were at a farm in Gauteng. I still remember 2017. Like the press said in the beginning, Larry came to us and said, hey guys, this thing of 5 rand can work. We're like, you mad. Because we're buying things 149, 200, 300, 600. So it's been a long journey for us, a very fruitful one, a very challenging one. We've had to break down doors and change policy direction in the country for this to happen. We've had to then introduce the idea, not only to government, but we are still trying to sell the idea. The most difficult people to sell it to are the politicians, because it doesn't sound like it's a normal thing. You come with 5 rand, they're like, how, where, and then they never have time to listen to you fully. So it never kicks off. So I must say it's been a fruitful experience. I think as an individual company, you would have not done it to this level that we have achieved it. If you are on your own, there are many other companies that were with us. Like we said, we were 80 of us. Some of them are sitting there on their own. Others have, BBI has revoked the appointment because nothing is happening. And that's the sad reality about SMMEs. They don't know how to collaborate. It's probably our problem as well, as a country where you want to eat on your own in your corner. You don't want to open. We always used to say, and Larry's words are, the cake is too big to eat alone. You'll never be able to even finish it alone. Even the crumbs are too big for you. That's how big this industry is and the market is. So from my side, I think the experience has been a very a learning experience. It's been marvelous learning new things, tapping into a new sector. By the way, I'm an advocate by profession. I studied law. I didn't study this ICT thing, but now I've got a fully fledged ISP company. And I think we've learned and we've seen that certification doesn't mean education at all. We're teaching 10-year-olds to build robots. We're teaching 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds. You've seen them with their small fingers on your phones, just trying to tap, and they can even watch Miss Rachel and all those things. So it shows us that there's an untapped space that we are still sort of developing as a country, and we can go far. The most rewarding thing for ISP such as myself is seeing the ability of young people to, for 5 rand a day, have the ability to access information, to teach themselves, and to learn things on the internet. And I think that's the most fruitful experience of this entire journey. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm coming from a background of being an activist. I'm coming from a background of being an activist. I know the president of PBICT through our political things and all that. And then he said to me, hey, Comrade Mdu, I don't want an activist who's poor. I said, but Press, this is what we are trying to agitate for. We're fighting for the people. And said, but Chief, you're poor. How are you going to fight for people to be rich and when you can't even take yourself from Free State to KZN? So I said, then what, press? He said, hey, look, man, chief, there's this thing, man, called connectivity. There's this new thing that, man, I think want to introduce you in, man. It's 5 rand a day. You can sell there by your community. I was like, press, come on, 5 rand a day. My community, those people are connecting for 350 a month, 700 a month. Like, is this thing really a reality? Then he said, no, come here. Come to KZN, gave me 1 grain stream there, I think, to say there was a Wi-Fi thing there with 2 years. Chief, this thing is configured. Go there by your place, connect this thing up there, call me. When it turns blue, call me. Connected this thing up there. He started going different colors and then blue. I was so excited. I put him on a speaker. Hey, leadership, hey, this thing is blue here. What is happening? I took my old step ladder there. Hey, I almost fell there. My dog was making noise. Hey, chief, you will fall there. I put that thing up there. It was blue. Press it home and check the USSD, SSID. Then what is that? Okay, go in there, check that thing. It's 2 years ago, press. And then I started connecting 1, 2 people, gave them voucher, gave me a lot of vouchers there, 125 friends, and so there's another one for 25 friends a week. Hey, people were connecting to this thing, man. Hey, say, this thing is working. Hey, now they're calling me, chief, I want voucher. I send them voucher. I said, shit, this thing is really working, 5 friends a day. What is happening here? That 1 week press, you called me and say, hey, chief, this thing of yours is eating a lot of data. This thing of yours is eating a lot of. So people were excited. They want this thing every day. It's a very good community there in Mangaung. People, they know these things. They know connectivity. They have cell phone. They have DSTVs and all that. Some of them, they've abandoned their DSTVs. They are going to Netflix. They are now connecting their laptops and smart TVs. And then that thing went off. I'm calling press. Hey, press, this thing is off here. These people are calling me every day. What is happening with my hotspot? Says, no, man, that thing doesn't have data. That thing is literally empty. I said, it's empty. Where does it get data, this thing? Can I go buy this data and put it in here? So it's beautiful. That's what PBICT is giving to black people, mostly those who were closed out. They are introducing a new thing. If you're an ICT advocate or a lobby group for an ICT, those are stories that we'll expect from you. Big telcos are making money. I want to believe that they started from here. Nobody started knowing everything. They started trying to reach somewhere. They open a certain avenues. Today they are big. We have Vodacoms, we have telecoms, we have MTNs of this world. So I call myself an ISP. I spent almost 2 weeks in Mpumalanga there connecting this thing that Mpatisa is saying there. It's beautiful. My friend here was so jealous. I even now have a knowledge of a cloud. When you talk about a cloud, what is that cloud thing? I'm from there by Terraco. I went to another room there. They call these things hotels. So I have an access to that information now. I know what is a cloud. The cloud is not there on the sky. So I have that experience. I have that tangible knowledge of the sector and the industry. It's all appreciative to the leadership of PBICT. I'm an ISP, Aus Gloria. I have 150 hotspots that I will give you. I've negotiated already with the lady who was sitting here. She gave me the best model ever. I'm giving you 150 very soon, Aus Gloria.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melina, and I don't want to dwell on everything. I just want to highlight how information is very crucial. So when I met with Press, he told me that he wants to build a network, and I'm like, a network? How does this man's mind operate really? How do we start? Where do we even go about? Not knowing that already they had met in the forum, and because I started participating and obtaining the knowledge from COVID, because I was in varsity, I did tourism, I did culture and heritage tourism. IT, I never thought I would ever do it. I never saw myself in the spectrum, and I'm highly, highly grateful. So to highlight that information is very crucial, I realize how this has changed so many things for my community, because when I started moving, I used to stay in Lamontville before I stayed in Savannah Park. So in Lamontville, all of the time I'd spend my days in the library. So when I got to Savannah Park, while we were driving, my mom saw my face changing instantly, and I'm like, I don't like this place. It doesn't look like it even has a library, first of all. I'm ashamed to say this. I stay in a place that doesn't have a library. So one way that I could also contribute to changing that was the network. So when I started looking at press, and I'm like, okay, this man's mind, I'm really gonna take all of that knowledge as well, and I'm also gonna implement as well. Whether I know a thing or whether I don't, ngesizulu we're saying zoyibambishisa lento. And when I see the kids, as soon as I remember after the first day when we installed, there were people along the streets, different age groups, kids, and now I know there's this one child who's always bothering me. She doesn't want 5 rand vouchers. She wants 25 rand vouchers, strictly because they lost her. They lost her for the entire week. And she's like, I don't want to keep going out of the house, going in and out, just to get the 5 rand. I want the 25 rand because it lasts me throughout the entire week, and I can do my research. And next year she's going to matric, and she wants to make sure that by that time, the network is just even there at the school that she's studying in as well. Thank you very much.
Greetings to everyone. I don't know what I'm going to say now, because I feel like these guys have taken everything and they've said everything. Anyway, my name is Wiseman Komete. Sis Gloria, I'm an ISP as well. Through PBICT, thank you very much to PBICT. I met Umfundis because I was shooting, as you guys can see. I'm a cameraman, so I run a production company. And then, okay, with Umfundis, we work together collaboratively with events and things like that. Then he invited me to these PBICT meetings, which were not fruitful, were just discussions and boot camps, and where I used to attend and come and go, attending these boot camps. With that experience, and then it came this part of a network. I was like, okay, what network? How are these guys capable of a network? Because me now, I know these guys, they are comrades, they are. And at the back of my mind, I had a bad experience, which was where I saw a fiber line which was passing by my place. By the way, I live on the informal settlement, Mjondolo, Chesterville. So fiber lines, everything like that, it never comes. There's only one tower there is there, which is the South Sea Tower. We don't even know what it does. It's just there with the generator and the security guards and everything. So when this fiber line was passing by, I had inspiration, and I asked why this network is not coming to us. It's going there because we are living at Umjondolo in former settlements. Fast forwarding the story, and then now that I met Opress and the PBICT team, I phoned him, not once. Phoned him and phoned him and phoned him and phoned him, calling him, hey, press. This network thing, how does it work? How can one get his hands on that kind of thing? So I'm trying to fast forward the story until it came to a point where I had Opress gave me the team from Mzansi to come and assist me there where I live in Mjondolo. Then we started having two gram streams. The whole community was gathering around my house, and now everyone was coming, and then we had a second one, which was a mesh. I didn't even know. They are teaching me at the very same time. I don't know what this thing is called, mesh and things like that. And then this thing was happening, and the kids were gathering around it and getting full in that place. They're even blocking the road. hey, now press, how does this thing work? I kept on calling the man up to the point where fast forwarding the story, and then I added more gram streams, and then I've got the ladies there, the back of Anshengiwe, Abumbali, which sell now. They are reselling, they are selling the vouchers. So I'm just giving you a background from where I come from up to a point where even where I am now, and I'm an ISP through BBI. I'm awarded a tender in Free State, and then while I'm having resellers and everything that is happening here in KZN. So with that experience and the network going down and up with Abu, when the network is down, when they're talking about it, the network gets down and the people will come here on your door. Hey, Chief, the network is down. I say, and you don't know what to do and you don't know where to go. But thanks to the team, PBIC team, because they are brilliant, they are patient, they are able to listen to us and teach. The most important thing is that teaching us. I don't have an IT background, but from today I can go to Myro and purchase whatever that needs to be purchased and come back with the level of experience that I've gained working and living with the team that I'm living with. To cut the matter short, thank you very much, leaders.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stacy from Alexandra. I'm also an ISP. So I also don't know where to start because there's a lot of things that I would love to talk about. But just to cut the story short, I think all of us here can agree with me when I say we are amazed about how the mind of the president works. You think that this man is programmed, is a human robot. So I also started attending PBICT meetings. I think I was back then, 2017. The young man who's sitting here is the one who introduced me to PBICT. So I think if I would have listened back then, be a good kid when I attend such meetings, I would have been long in ISP while I'm still doing my grade 10 or 11. But when I started being a good kid, it was, I think, just 2 months back in the PBICT NGC, just here in KZN. I was sitting. It was some sort of like this, such discussions where the president was in the podium speaking, telling us how to make money. And there was a short break. You know, we always have a tea break in PBICT meetings. So in that short break, where I followed the president on his way out with 2 gentlemen that we have came with. We said, "President, hi. How are you?" He's like, "Yo, I'm good. How are you, young man?" He said, "Oh, how are you, young lion?" Okay, we're good, President. He's like, "Okay. No, President, we don't want to waste your time. We want to understand or want to know how do we make money." That is how I was exposed and got the chance to finally be sitting here and sharing my best experience. So one of the best experiences is seeing the excitement of the people's face, your neighbors, young people, friends that you grew up with, you know, knowing that they will be having a network that is accessible at R5 a day. Having your neighbors coming to knock at your door at night, say, "Hey, Chief, we saw a lot of cars roaming around here. What is happening? Are you guys shooting a movie? We want to be part of this movie ourselves." No. It's not a movie, this thing. It's a network. We are creating a network. It's WayaMore. Just switch on your Wi-Fi's. You will find the SSIDs there. It's WayaMore R5 a day. There's a free test. If you don't have the R5 with you now, you can just log into the free test. You will be connected. But we will take you out in just 5 minutes. So that is one of the best experiences I've had so far. Maybe will tell you guys a lot maybe when we come to challenges, because now currently is only challenges that we're facing. Maybe next time when we have such panel discussions, I'll be able to go on and on telling you guys about my best experiences. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zilwa. So I think our journey started when it comes to the networking thing, the 5 Rand a day, as I think Press mentioned earlier, it started in COVID times. We did I'll call it a boot camp, where Press said he's going to gather young women and basically teach us how to do this thing. And we basically had to go and buy boots and the whole thing, shields, everything, all the works. And what we were doing, we were going up towers, we were going down into holes. It was basically a proper boot camp to learn this thing. Just a brief background. So what I initially, when I came into how I met Press, we were at a convention in Sandton, and my company was doing VoIP, and I was selling international traffic. And when I was told about this, I was like, yo, I don't want to deal with local people. Local people by Sogolisa, they don't want to take our money. International people, you wrap up in 5 minutes, they tell you what you want, you agree on a price, and that's a sale, it's done. Local markets take forever, you talk. And then I went to the PBICT, and then they proved that we talk all the time. And I was like, this is what I don't want. But eventually, COVID came, and I know for some people, COVID was a hard time. But that was when for me, it was when I learned to get into this space. I actually learned about all of this during COVID, from Link Planner. At some point, I had mastered Link Planner, and I was the go-to person for Link Planner, and I was doing all of that, and that was fun for me. And then I was like, what's the next step, you know? And then we heard about this 5 Rand thing, and I was like, yo, 5 Rand. 5 Rand ezingaphi before ndifike kule mali endifunayo, you know? But then, you know, it was, we were told about how this will work, and, you know, baby steps. And immediately when they spoke of 5 Rand, I knew, I was like, every time I go home in December, I live in Pretoria, but every December we're in Eastern Cape, it's Omo. So from the minute the SA Connect project came out, I said, Eastern Cape is not getting left behind, 5 Rand, you know? So I got awarded Isaito or Tambo Municipality District, and I was like, perfect. So those are my people. They're gonna connect ngenkani. It's not gonna be negotiable. So I went there. I literally rounded up aunts, uncles, cousins. Nabo gogo bami base Eastern Cape. So, you know, and they were excited about this. We went to students, Erez, we approached Iwusu because the students were complaining. But, you know, obviously there's always the red tape. The universities were like, no, most of our students, NEFSAS, we have to speak to the parents, and. And as soon as we walked out, the students were like, listen, we want it. We can afford 5 Rand. So we do it, you come to our raises. Then we went there, we drove down, we went to the raise, we saw the raise, you know, and then we went to Engangelizwe, which is one of the biggest townships, SM Tata, and then we identified a couple of sites there. So we identified like spaza shops and shebeens and schools. So we went there, and then we put up our hotspots. And people were just excited. The one hotspot we put up, I remember it was at a spaza shop. I mean, when we left, it's a family of 4. It's a family of 5. It's a mom and a dad and kids. And I remember before we left, the kids, so we obviously said, to the household that we want to write. You need to give us something to write, a password and whatnot for the people balapendlini. And the way they were so excited, the mom just took, they have a small baby, so the mom just took the box of a Pampers, and then it's like, "Bala apam tanam le password, I will hide it," you know. So just to show good, you know, she was so excited that, you know, they're going to be connected. We put up the poster that WayaMore is here for 5 rand. Our next stop was at the Shebeen, and people there already, they were saying, I mean, you know, people at the Shebeens, they're excited. Liquid courage. So, you know, already when they were there asking us, what are you guys doing? We're telling them we see fagi Wi-Fi, and people already wanted, you know, to get connected. Down the line, they are calling, the owner is calling, people want to be connected. And, you know, we keep telling him it's not for free because he's trying to make his clients happy. And we're like, you have to sell it to them. You can't just give them because ngoku nonke and balantanga kahle. But it's a project that people love, especially people that are in the rural areas, children that have parents that can't afford $4.99 a month to get a router endlini. So the school kids have 5 rand. When they have assignments, you know, like Umelina mentioned, some townships don't have libraries, but they do have smartphones. Umdoi one endlini at least has a smartphone. So we gave them access to that, you know what, if you're a student, with 35 rand yako, people waste 10 rand on other things that don't make sense. And now they can take that 5 rand and actually log into the internet and do their assignments. And we're basically giving them access to a whole new world, and we are bridging that divide in the rural areas. So yeah, they're just waiting for us to come back. We're getting the calls, Uguti, their friends now at school also now want, and they're at a different part of the townships. So yeah, even from our side, you will get 200 of the sites from our side as well. So yeah, I think that is it from my side. Thank you.
Michael, maybe from your side, can you maybe share with us some of the challenges that you've had deploying? I think there are a lot of good stories, but we want to hear what challenges have you been facing and hopefully have overcome.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Michael Rolls. I'm from Zanzi Comnet. So one of the challenges that we face with this deployment is originally all of us here, we either technicians or engineers, we're very technical people that are used to working behind our laptops, etc. Now with this project, because you have to be in the field within these communities, what you are most of the time, you become a salesperson. So now you're used to being behind the computer, behind these systems by yourself, barely talking to anyone. Now you have to actually talk to all these people. Because before you do an installation, you have to pitch up to someone's house. Can you imagine someone coming to your house and saying, can we install this thing for free? Then the people are like, aye, what's the catch? You can't just do something for free. We say, then you have to now do an elevator pitch and say, no, I'm going to install this thing here by your house. It's going to be a Wi-Fi hotspot. The installation will be for free, and you'll be able to sell vouchers. Then you explain to them that as we speak, your house doesn't make you money. You go to work, you come back, your house is there. So with this here, your house is going to make you money. So now you're coming to this person, not only you giving them something that's free, you're telling them you're going to make them money. So there's obviously those challenges of, and you know, especially in these small communities, they can't believe that something like this here is happening. So it forces you to now become one of the best salespeople. From transitioning from people that are used to working behind laptops and everything, now when you like us and you have hundreds of hotspots deployed, you can imagine how many times we had to sell this here to these people. Then eventually it gets to the point, it gets easier in the community where they start calling you. They say, no, we saw that you installed by this person's house. Then they call you to come and install, or they find more customers for you to go and do installations by. So from my side, I can speak on that day.
Also want to ask me a question.
Yeah, a quick question, maybe from your side, seeing that you are also a young lion. From a student accommodation or from a race or institution sort of a perspective, what connectivity challenges do you face, and what sort of proposals are on the table to try and improve those?
Thanks. Greetings, everyone. I'm Spio Maname. I'm also from the PBICT. I'm the National Student Mobilizer. So I also met the big lion, the lion that roars, Dr. Rawls. So from us as students, and I want to base it on Braamfontein, because Braamfontein is known as a varsity hub where students or varsity going tertiary people are based. So you expect a higher institution of learning to not only be limited to only a university or where you go, uyofunda khona. You are expected, Guti, when we do assignments, obviously there must be research that we do. And how do you do research if you don't have internet? You see, you can't do research. If when the research, your research, I mean now in the city of Johannesburg, libraries are no longer relevant because the books are outdated. So we are forced to use global resources. And in order to access global resources, it's only through the internet. So those were one of the challenges that we face. And also, I would love to add this one because I'm a politician, and Rose is a politician. Yeah, I was introduced to PBICT by Mdu. Then that's how I met to press. So then I used to say Ndili revolutionary, you know. So now it was at SITA, State Information Technology Agency head office in, where is it, Groenkloof, ne, in Pretoria. Yeah, Erasmus Kloof, yeah. So now DSG, Dennis, he couldn't tame us, he couldn't control us because we were all over. You know, basically so radical, robust. And I think now what the press and yourselves and the PBICT is doing is real radicalism, because unapologetically so, you are claiming space where black people are not in. So that on its own, he revolution in the ICT sector, because I know press has kicked many doors. Press fights. Press is Donald Trump. I call him that. It's Donald Trump. So he has assisted us as students to do our research so that we can get our qualifications. So yeah, I think that's it from me.
I think maybe back to challenges. What challenges have you faced?
Greetings to everyone in the house. My name is Sivuma Khulego. I am from Mount Frey in the Eastern Cape. I have faced so many challenges. I would like to first begin with my story. Um, I was introduced to the industry when I got a job at an ICT company where they were connecting schools. One of the main things that I had to do was to call principals to tell them that our technicians are coming to connect them to the schools. And most of those schools were black people's schools, So the principal would be so excited, like, oh, okay, when are you coming? And I think, I'm not sure, but I think the schools would even cook for the guys that were coming to connect. So in my heart, I was like, I love this. I wanted for my people back home in the Eastern Cape. We always want to go back home. Of course, I don't. We always want to go back home. So I wanted that, but I didn't know how I was going to do that. So when my contract ended, God made a way, and I did. So I connected the people. We had an ISP in Alfrenzo, which had so many challenges till I even ran away. I was like, this is not for me. These things got their own people. These things are for men. I was so young. I was a woman. I did have support, but there was just so many challenges. Until I even left the country, I was like, business is not for me. ICT is not for me. South Africa is not for me. I just left. Until I came back, because once this thing gets into you, it can never come out. And I tell you, you say you're an ISP, you'll be an ISP until you die. You want to do this. No matter what challenges you face, you will not want to quit. Because even if you quit, you'll still come back because you have a vision, you know what you want to achieve. And so what happened was, when I came back, I still felt like I owe it to myself to finish what I started. I owe it to my people to give them what I promised myself to give them, which is to connect them. Because where I come from, a lot of homes are even broken, not broken, but a lot of children are sent away for better education, which is mostly based on access to information and access to technology. Because most parents say they want schools with computers for their children. They will always prefer a school that has computer lessons for their children than schools that don't have computers. Even myself, I left home when I was very young. I was 12 years old because my mom wanted me to go to a better school. I still needed my parents at the time, but there was a choice that needed to be made. So with that, I wanted people in my area to be connected. So when I came back, I still felt like I owe that, and I need to get that done. But because of the challenges, it was just so hard. And then I went to Praise. Praise was like, relax, you'll do it. I was like, I'm not a relaxing person. I don't relax. I don't relax at all. And I did not have a plan, didn't have a network anymore. I did not have a plan, but I wanted to do it. The only thing that I had was my passion, was my vision, and my people. So Press said, relax. So in that relaxing, I was not relaxing, but I had to be patient until this opportunity came. And I took it, and at that time I think I was starting to even lose faith. But seeing that I was not the only person now who was doing it, and I had so much support as well, and even the mistakes that I did, the mistakes that I did, I was not in a position to even make them anymore because I had so much support. I had people that were also burnt, just like Larry always says, that because they make the mistakes for us so that we don't make the mistakes. So I felt so much confident to even come back because I know now that I won't be burnt now. You guys get burnt, and it's okay. So one of the challenges that I faced personally was the support at first, which I now have. So most of the challenges that I faced, and now I have found solutions so to speak, because even the solutions that I had, the technology that I was using then, now there's people that got burned and that know better, that can advise me better. So I'm very, very grateful also now that I'm doing this with so much confidence, because I know that I will succeed. I know that even when I have a question to ask, there's open doors for me to get all the information that I want, to get all the lessons, to get everything that I want for me to succeed, and the opportunities as well. And also knowing that I'm not even alone. There's also other people that are doing the same thing that I'm doing. So even when I'm confused about a certain thing, I'll go and say, hey, Wena, how do you do it? How do you do it in your area? How do you do it in your area? So I'm really grateful, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you. T, you are in the Free State, very close to the Mountain Kingdom. So I think our challenges versus your challenges are quite different. So I'd like to know, in terms of, I know you don't have the density that we have, your areas are more sparse.
All right. Greetings, everyone. Thank you, Sam. I think before I start, the first challenge that I actually have, it's not a very good public speaker. As it is right now, I'm literally shaking in my boots because because now you're putting me on the spot. But anyway, this thing here, I would like to start by saying we started it a long time ago. I've been with press for the longest time ever. And we actually never thought that we could even be involved in a space that we're in now, which is the telco space. So we used to do servers and manage services and stuff like that. So us actually being in this space and actually starting this movement, we just woke up one day and decided, you know what, dude, we're going to leave these servers and all of that. It's very cold in the server room anyway. So let's just go out and be around people and actually start building and climbing towers and stuff like that and getting our people connected. So there has been a lot of challenges in terms of going from where we started to where we are today. And I can guarantee you that there's still more challenges that we're facing even till this day on. So there's a lot of research that goes into place, for us to actually be able to move forward on a daily basis and for us to actually, become as big as we want to become. So now, there's a lot of changes that happens on a daily basis as far as ICT is concerned, more especially in the telco space. So there's a lot of technology, new technologies that gets to be introduced each and every day. So now, like for you to actually become or stay relevant, you need to actually learn or get yourself used to or know these type of different type of technologies. So that becomes a challenge, at times, because now you get to be exposed to technologies that you've never known or that you've never seen before. So now it takes time for you to actually get yourself acclimatized to those technologies and those equipment. So that's one of the challenges. And then one of the biggest challenges that I've faced, me as an ISP personally, and of which I believe everyone that's here today is experiencing, and it has been touched upon, it's the issue of backhaul. As you mentioned, from where I'm personally based, it's a mountainous area, and for you to actually get access to backhaul, it's very, very difficult. So for instance now, there are, BBI POPs around the country. So even close to where I'm deploying currently, there is a BBI POP which is 12 kilometers away. I mean, literally that's nothing. But for me to be able to get that backhaul to where my network is, I actually have to do or deploy 3 relay sites for me to get that backhaul. So it becomes a very huge challenge for me as an ISP to be able to deliver the service as I'm supposed to. All right. And one of the challenges as well, it actually goes back to Myro. Equipment. You know, it helps when there's equipment that's readily available for us to actually, you know, have access to any time that we need to have access to it, for us to be able to deploy as per the mandate that was given to us by the department and BBI. But now, if there's issue or shortage of equipment, then it becomes difficult for us, then we are unable to deliver, and we actually end up having issues. Now BBI coming after us, and then you know, it will lead at the end of the day to a point whereby your purchase order, your contract gets revoked because you're not actually delivering as you're supposed to. So it will really help us a lot if there is equipment readily available. But I'm very happy that you mentioned that you actually have, or going to have, a space where you're going to just buy everything in bulk, keep it there for easy access when we actually require that equipment. Okay, the other issue or a difficulty or problem that I had was with BBI. I'm not sure if there is someone still here available from BBI who would actually relay the messages. Oh, sorry. But there are some processes within BBI that makes it difficult for us as ANPs to get either access to information, or, you know, for us to get services that we require from BBI, you know, to assist us in terms of delivering and reaching the milestones or the mandate that we actually have been given. So if those internal processes can be refined and really looked at, that would actually assist us a lot as well. So the other challenge that me as an ANP that I've faced relates to the demand. The demand is very high. So our people want to get connected because they're very excited about this solution that we actually bringing, the change that we bring into their lives. So the demand is very high, and we are unable, well, not unable, but we, for the lack of a better word to use, still sort of like struggling to actually be able to reach the demand at the moment because of we are still very small as ANPs, so the resources are actually a bit limited for us to do or to reach out to everyone that wants to get connected. All right. The other challenge, I don't know if this is a challenge, but I don't have a private life anymore. I don't have a private life anymore. So I haven't been given, I'm sure probably even the other guys, Bampita, they call me Ndadewa Wi-Fi. So everywhere where I go, it's like the name, it's the Wi-Fi guy. So you are even known now by small kids because everyone actually gets to know you, because each and every family that you operate within the area, they would want to know you because they want you to come and actually get them connected. So this is actually a great opportunity, and it's a very big endeavor, of which I believe if you can get the assistance and the support and the collaboration that we need from everyone that's involved, then we can be able to go far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panel. My time is up, and I think I'd like to hand over back to our program director, Simon. No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much to the panelists. We are just pressed for time because Abokoko, they are going far. Oh, okay. All right. So we are pressed for time. But before we wrap up, if Young Lion, can you have one mic quickly? Yeah, if we can get any comment from the floor. I think Naboko Kokono Kokang Ongasho something like, and then can Sisase Konala. Yes. Any comment from the floor? Yaboma.
Sanibona ngiwugogo mina uphetho kwamagula ngiphethe ngumkhuhlane kodwa bangiyazithanda izinto ezinhle neziyaphambili. I forced myself to come here. Umbuzo enginawo nanku kwi vicinity kwi community endiphila nayo, I've got lots of students awaphasile awahleli njena ngoba awukho umsebenzi bebengazi nangalokho. Umbuzo wami ukuthi ene if kukuthi labantwana bonke ngiyabathatha mina ngibafaka la or ngifako yedwa ngiyabe ngifundisa omnye kwenye indawo, is there anything that mina I am getting as ugogo endaweni esizingane, or it's just okay for me ukuthi ngisiza abantwana endaweni baqhubeke bona nomsebenzi nokukhula in the business?
Okay. Ngicela oh nini ke? Okay. Ngicela imic uyilethe la. Na impendulo la ko. Okay. Okay, ngicela ukuphendula kokho. I think what we did ngabo Stacy, it's what we can do. Ngalabantwana, you need to group them. I-team izoza. Mayifika i-team bese sikhuluma nabo ngoba masikhuluma nabo Stacy, I think they were the first time we were around 30, over 35 sabatshela ukuthi senzeni. I think bekuyimuleri no press, if I'm not mistaken. Sabatshela ukuthi benzeni. Only 7 but 3 down by 10. Ne? Only 7 did what we told them to do, which is to go and register the companies and then babe nama bank account. Only those are the ones la baba nama abaqalile manje ukusebenza. So angeke size sibafostele, but we can give them an opportunity where they group themselves and then sithole ilanga sinikeze lona size sikhulume nabo. Kodwa uma ugogo ngendlela engimuzwa ngaye afuna ukubenefit, kusho ukuthi mphathi ukhulumile lapha phambi kwa minister wathi next year kuzoba ne tournament yabo gogo. Ugogo nani ufuna kuba i-ISP, shothi ugogo ufuna register company naye abe nani ne company yakhe. So masizokhuluma nabo naye register company yakhe a supply internet, awuzoqasha abantu gogo angeke ugibele idebhisi. I think that's the answer esingayisho kugogo. Okay, ikhona comment la kumphathi wethu.
Mike Yanglula. Anyway, good afternoon, everyone. You know, I think I was listening to the Young Lions here. And I think it was back in 2016-17 when you Young Lions, I met these old guards at CETA. And I'm happy that the way they've progressed. You know, one of our liberation parties is about to die. And when I look at the Young Lions here, it means this PBSCT is going to last for years, which is one of the positive things I've seen. But Bokoko, one of the challenges I posed to these old guards here, when they were making noise, say they want business from government, I said, you guys are making noise, just go and build networks. The very same networks today are the ones that are providing SA Connect. Even if I can be on YouTube, I'm fine. I can be quoted. You know, SA Connect was modeled around these success stories. It was not conceptualized out of nowhere. This is how we knew we were going to bridge the digital divide. We took a bold step to say we will deliberately go and empower a lot of SMMEs. You know, SA Connect Phase 2, out of shock, we appointed more than 70 companies. 98% of them were black companies, SMMEs. We're hoping to get another budget to deploy SA Connect 3. And we will continue to appoint SMMEs because we believe SMMEs are the ones that are going to drive job creation. Now we need these young lions to come in there. I'm tired in coming these sessions to come and listen to Leon. We need young lions to come through. I was about to ask Larry, when is the next general election? We need a female president. Steph, you're delaying us. Because there's no economic emancipation without the women. And my last part is, I always pose a challenge to all the OEMs like your Maros, your Huawei and all that. I said, play your part. You guys are just indirect beneficiaries of SA Connect. And the way you're not playing your part, we even see how you even priced your equipment. It's like you want to, it's either for lack of better way, to try to derail this project moving in. I've seen a lot of SMMEs are taking a lot of business to Myro. But I haven't seen what Myro has done on the ground. I'm going to say it without fear. I've challenged Huawei when I was with them in China. I said, you're doing nothing on the ground. I challenged Cisco, said, you are doing nothing on the ground. We're going to AFRICOM next week. They will be there spending millions in sponsoring those events. But none of them are doing anything to these SMMEs. But they're the direct beneficiaries of these equipment. These SMMEs are spending a lot of money. You know, there's an SMME press that came to me and says, I've spent more than 20 million at Myro, but they still give me a credit facility of 150,000 rand. Let's tell the truth. Can we change this industry? And with your help, we will change this industry. Thank you, Chair. Yeah. Yeah. There I am meeting Funugu Bong. I wanted to say thank you to PBI as my last week as the I wanted to say thank you to PBI. We really appreciate the whole team from PBI. I can say that in confidence. There are plans that we had as Jaire that we were going to achieve them if it was going to be possible in 10 years. But we took those long-term goals and we are realizing them now. That's why we don't even pocket anything you pay us. We take it to build the infrastructure because our heart is bleeding with what we are paying. We just, Caleb, what he just said now, it's very serious to us. We are bleeding, seriously bleeding, because we go with our financials and everything that we have. We go to one of your other suppliers there. They give us 500,000 facility to take equipment. We come to you where we spend a lot of money. I'm attesting to this because we are here to fix, like we said. You see, we come to you, you give us, I think, 200 or 300,000. So I think that's what I'm happy you are here. We're not attacking you. We are just fixing to say we want to focus. We say we are not all over. We have tested so many things. We know where we want to be, but we need that hand from you coming to us to say let's work together. You see, I'm happy you mentioned something which we will take up as well with PBI. I don't think PBI can be difficult the way they are talking. If we can see you on the ground, if we can see you enabling us. So we don't know where you get the polls from. Let's see you investing.
on the ground. Let's see you coming and checking what else can we do. You know, we need polls. I think there's a Matala somewhere here who can assist to establish and produce a poll. There's a lot that we can do. But yes, we really need to see you on the ground. We really need to see you helping us to market, just marketing. We spend a lot of money doing those things. We really need to work together on that. It's a very serious one. Yeah, but thank you very much, everyone. And we'd like to thank all the stakeholders who are here, those who left, and those who are still here. We are still here tomorrow, 8:30. And we ask all the ANPs, "Kuti ningabi late. 8:30, the program begins." We are not here to play. We are not here to play. You know, we are building, we are running. So those who will be here, we start and we do the work that we need to do, and then we continue with working. Thank you very much. Gini Nonke, she will say her word. She will say her word.
No, I think Umpati has said, Ukoko wants to say something.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello? Can you hear? Hello, hello? You can hear it? Hello?
Good afternoon, everyone. Here I am standing on behalf of all the Gogos. I'm running short of words what to say. What an honor. We are so humbled as Gogos to be part of this prestigious gathering. Yeah. The press of PBICT, Dr. Rawls. We are so honored and humbled that you always remember us. We know that we are in or on, I don't know, in your heart. Thank you very much for inviting us to run shoulders with such people of high caliber. No, I think I want to say thank you very much. You know, I'm old now, you know, the tongue is no longer rolling as it was. So I'd rather say thank you. God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Gogo, and thank you all for being here. I think there's not much I'm going to say after Umpati Sai has spoken. We'll see all of you guys tomorrow, bright and early. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. I'll leave for Umelina to do the final closing.
Greetings once again, ladies and gentlemen. I would just like to take this opportunity and give a very special thank you to Mr. Mbulelo Hlobo. To those who doesn't know, he's in the supply chain in the BBI company. And one thing I just want to say, the opportunity that has been given to us, we don't take it for granted because it has provided access so that we can also share the access that we have been provided to the communities. Because when you look at it, if you are checking the panel, the gentlemen were dominating more than the ladies. And one thing I really liked was that it was the youth that was just here in the panel, in the second panel discussion. And BBI has really like provided that landscape for us to also just tap into that space and also provide a better opportunity to the Lokshins, because we come from Imalogishinitina. So without further ado, thank you very much for attentively being here and interacting. And I really, really look forward to everything that was promised on the panels, and to every speaker that was right here. Please have a lovely evening ahead, and hopefully tomorrow we will see you, all these faces and even more faces, hopefully. Thank you very much.